And there was an article that completely misrepresented, especially the work that we've been doing here in the Senate.
That's shocking.
And so I feel compelled to make sure that I set the record straight on this. This Senate has passed now 3 times postpartum. It is a Republican majority Senate, and it has passed postpartum legislation. We are very concerned with mothers, infants, and children. And the article gave the impression that there had been really no action by the legislature on this particular matter. It was a national press story, and I'm quite frankly offended because this Senate now for 2 years has worked very hard to try to do this. And this summer, we have all dedicated a great deal of time. This committee has been a great deal of work. And Senator Blackwell will continue that work in December by having hearings on this matter. We have a number of Republicans in this state who have been vastly supportive of this, and that number is growing. So I wanted to set the record straight, and to the reporter who wrote it, shame on you. And shame on you for not including the other part of the story, because it was a hit job, particularly I think this state, because we're working very hard to make changes in this state and to do things that are good for women, children, and health. So on that note, we're going to talk about childcare today. And we're very appreciative of those who are going to talk about childcare today. And first off, we have Dr. Bob Anderson, the Executive Director of the Mississippi Department of Human Resources. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Senator. I suppose if there's anybody who can understand being misrepresented in the press, I'm probably the guy. So, but I do appreciate the work this Senate has done in the postpartum issue. I want to introduce the team that I have here this morning, and then I'm going to do, as I did with our child support presentation last month, turn this over to the real expert on this subject. Most of you know Daniel Galarno. He's our legislative liaison. Just to his right is Dr. Chad Allgood. He's the director of our Division of Early Childhood Care and Development. He's truly the expert here. To his right is Patrick Black. Patrick is our general counsel, but he's also Deputy Executive Director over the Child Care Division. Then to his right is Christy Kennel, who is Division Director for our Division of Economic Assistance and Eligibility. And to her right is Shanetta Drone, whom you met last week, Senator. She is Deputy Executive Director for Economic Programs. I want to say just a couple of things, and then I'm going to turn the podium over to Chad to kind of get into the details. One of the things I am very proud of is that our child care division was in a recovery phase, I would say, when I arrived 2.5 years ago. It is functioning, it's hitting on all cylinders now. I think the division is performing very well. I think one of the best examples of that is during this calendar year, we have been able to push out to the child care industry through these Child Care Strong grants that you're going to hear about, over $358 million in grants that we gave through the ARPA funding that we received to the child care industry. Now, I was looking at this issue, and we're going to talk some about child care expansion, but I was looking at this issue over a year ago because in early November the 2nd actually of last year, I created within the Department of Human Services a child care expansion advisory team. And it was aimed at, as we're going to talk some more about today, expanding the capacity for child care coverage in our state. And we're using some of these ARPA funds, and we're beginning some projects that you'll hear about in just a few minutes. But in order to just get us started and give a good overview of what this division is doing, I'm going to turn the microphone over now to Dr. Chad Allgood.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Senator Boyd and to the other senators on the committee, thank you so much for allowing us to come and to talk to you a little bit more about what we do at the Division of Early Childhood Care and Development and a little bit more about what the child care landscape in Mississippi looks like. So as Mr. Anderson said, we are the Division of Early Childhood Care and Development. We are the division at the Department of Human Services that oversees activities related to child care and early childhood education. We also have a home visiting program that's funded through a different program. So just to give you a little bit of more information, a background on how we're funded. We are funded through what's called the Child Care Development Fund. And okay, are we good? Okay, all right. So we are funded through the Child Care Development Fund, and that is a fund that was authorized by the Child Care Development Block Grant. It is a federal block grant. Each state receives an allocation. There are three factors that go into the allocation for each state. One is the young child factor. That is the state's share of children that are younger than the age of 5. The second allocation factor is the school lunch factor. That's the state share of children that receive free or reduced price lunches. And the third is what they call the allotment proportion factor, which is the state's per capita income, and that's an average of 3 years. So what all does this funding do? It provides the funding for our child care subsidy program, which I'm going to talk about more here in just a few minutes. And that subsidy program, it supports families that receive TANF, families that are experiencing homelessness, families that are caring for foster children, working poor families, students that also have young children, or individuals with special needs. I would like to point out, to qualify for this program, a parent that applies to be eligible has to either be employed 25 hours per week, or they must be enrolled in a full-time educational program. That can be any program at a college or university. It can be a technical program. It could even be while they're pursuing their GED. So any of those education programs. Also, the income cap to be eligible for this program is 85% of the state median income. So for a family of 3, that comes out to about $3,965 per month, or roughly $47,580 per year. Something else that this funding is used for is to improve quality of early childhood education across the state. And up on this slide are just some of the programs that the Child Care Development Fund money goes to. This includes the Mississippi Child Care Resource and Referral Network, which I'm going to talk about more in just a few moments. Child development and early childhood education training and technical assistance. Technical assistance is where we actually go on site into the child care program and work one-on-one with the director, the teachers, and the other staff there. Business management and leadership training to child care directors and other leaders in child care. I mentioned the on-site technical assistance, the Mississippi Early Childhood Inclusion Center, and I'll talk more about that in a few moments as well. The Nurturing Homes Initiative, the My Mississippi Adventures curriculum, which is in development, and also we provide funding for child care licensure, which is at the Mississippi Department of Health. So on this slide are just some pictures, and I hope you can see them okay. I wanted to talk a little bit more about what the Resource and Referral Network is. The Resource and Referral Network is actually a collection of physical sites that are located across the state. Right now, most of those resource and referral sites are situated on community college campuses, but we have just awarded 2 vendors, the Delta Health Alliance and Mississippi State University Extension. We're going to be expanding this network. So over the next 15 months, we're hoping to see an expansion from 13 sites to over 45. So what you're going to see when you go into these sites, too far. When you walk into a resource and referral, there's several things that you're going to see. First of all, you're going to see a lot of learning materials. You're going to see books. These are learning materials that can be used with children, infant, all the way up through school age. We do have a lot of child care programs that have before and after school programs, so it's important that we include them as well as our infant through 5-year-old children. So you're going to see a lot of learning materials. You're going to see books. You're going to see curriculum books that actually have learning activities. These are all age and developmentally appropriate for the different age groups. Again, you'll find stuff for infants all the way through school age. You'll find craft materials that can be used to teachers or even families can come in. They can use construction paper. They can use our laminator. We have the die cut machines where they can cut out cute stuff from construction paper they can use in their classroom. And all of that is available to use free of charge. Also, any of the learning materials in the books, and if you see on the far right picture, those are all materials that can be checked out free of charge. And that is free to any child care provider or any family that wants to come in, search the library, find something that they want to use for a couple of weeks, and then they can return it and get something else. I'd mentioned earlier the Mississippi Early Childhood Inclusion Center. So the Mississippi, the MECIC for short, we love our acronyms in early childhood. So the Mississippi Early Childhood Inclusion Center, that is a center that is housed through, at the University of Southern Mississippi. Department of Human Services has contracted with them for many years. Their focus is working with child care programs that serve children that have special needs. Now, in addition to the training, the technical assistance that they do with child care programs, they also offer free developmental and autism screenings across the state. This is just an example of one of the flyers that we disseminate. The screenings are held at different locations. Often we do hold them at one of our resource and referral sites if there's space available. So families can come in and they can receive a free autism or developmental screening. Families that do participate, they do, if they're interested in learning more about support services for their child, or if the screening indicates that the child does need further screening or additional support, the families can also learn about where they can get that support and what that looks like. So these are some pictures we recently, and when I say recently, in the last year, we opened 2 resource and referrals. One is in the Hattiesburg area, the other is in Biloxi. And these are actually resource and referral sites that are operated by the Early Childhood Inclusion Center. And these are some pictures of some actual visitors to the R&R. These 2 resource and referrals, like I said, they specifically focus on children that have special needs. So when you walk into these resource and referrals, you're going to see learning materials and toys, just like in the others, but these are specifically geared toward children that may have just a variety of different additional supports they need, whether it's hearing, vision, children with autism, you name it. And also Dr. Alicia Westbrook, who is the director of this program, all of her folks have at least a master's degree in special education or early intervention or something very similarly related to that. So her folks are very well prepared to help families, to help child care providers that come into the sites, help them to understand how to utilize these materials to their maximum extent. All right, so going back into our funding, I wanted to just give a quick breakdown of the amount of funding that we typically receive under our normal allocation and what that funding is used for. So for the federal fiscal year of 2022, MDHS, we received $98.6 million from the Child Care Development Fund. Now, $6.2 million of that is a required maintenance of effort fee that the state does pay. Of that $98.6 million, we spent 85% on direct subsidy. 70% is required by the feds, but the need in Mississippi is just so great for child care assistance that we use a full 85%. 12% of that money is required to be used on quality improvement activities. So like the resource and referral training that we do with child care providers, et cetera. Of that, and so when you look at those percentages in terms of actual dollars, the 85% comes out to 83.3 million that was used in direct subsidy dollars. We used 11.8 million in quality activities and then 2.95, which is about 3% in administrative activities. If you look at our profile versus some of our neighboring states, here you see that of Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Louisiana, we do receive the lowest level of federal funding. However, with that funding, if you look at our numbers specifically compared with, for example, Arkansas and Louisiana, we received the 96.8 million. We served over 31,000 children in federal fiscal year 2000. This is actually 2021. Compared with Arkansas, who received 102 million and served 33,297, and then Louisiana at 155 million, serving 31,835 children. I would like to point out that we are also one of the other states that we don't receive any additional funding for the child care subsidy program. That is completely funded through the federal CCDF program. Back in 2021, we conducted a market rate survey, and we are required by the federal government to conduct a market rate survey to ensure that our reimbursement rates for our subsidy program are aligned with what child care providers are charging across the state. What you're looking at right here, this is our current reimbursement rates. Now, there are two levels. There's the standard market rate, which you see here kind of in the middle. That is what the previous market rate survey that was done a little over 6 years ago indicated that the rates were. And then if you look on the right, using our federal relief dollars, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about that also, that is what we're currently reimbursing providers at. So currently for an infant, we are reimbursing providers at $600 a month. That's also for infants, toddlers, and 2-year-olds at $600 a month. Preschool children, which are your 3, 4, and 5-year-olds, that's $550 a month. Summertime, which is the part, that's our full-time, that's a full day. So when we say summertime, that means your school agers that are at your child care programs all day long. That rate is $500 per month. And then children with special needs, all ages, we're currently reimbursing them at $625 per month. Now, that's our current, and so these are our standard rates. This is, if we did not have relief dollars, that's what we would be reimbursing our child care providers at currently. These are our enhanced rates that we are using relief dollars for the overage. So for example, $480 we're covering with our normal allocation. The remaining 25% is being covered by our relief dollars. And I'm going to explain that a little bit more in just a moment. So when we did our market rate survey, this is what our traditional licensed child care providers told us they were charging. So if you look at infants, and there's a mean, a median number, the magic number that we have to look at though is that final number on the last column where you see 75th percentile. So what the federal government requires is that when we conduct a market rate survey, we are required to set our reimbursement rates at the 75th percentile, which means at least 75% of child care providers are charging this amount. So when you look at the 75th percentile, what child care providers told us is they're having to charge about $140 per week for infants. That's for full-time. Toddlers, $135, 2-year-olds, $132, preschool children, $125, and then school age, $125. So how did we do this market rate survey? We contracted with the Social Science Research Center at Mississippi State University. They actually called child care providers individually and surveyed them over the phone. Not only did they ask them about their market rates, but they also asked them about how the pandemic had affected their program. They also asked them some questions about the current system in Mississippi, support-wise, et cetera. We did collect that information, and we've used all of that to help us to guide some of these additional programs that we've been putting in place with our relief money. In addition to that, like I said, that was just traditional licensed childcare. We specifically asked about children with special needs. What we did different this time that was not done before, we actually broke children with special needs down by age category. So we asked for, if you have an infant with special needs, what is that, what are you charging? If you have a preschool age child with special needs, what are we charging there? And again, the magic number is the 75th percentile. So if you look at the final column, $144 for an infant, $140 for a toddler, 2-year-olds is $144. And I can tell you, I've worked with 2-year-olds before. They earn every single penny of that. Preschool age children is $140. per week. And I may have been saying per month, I apologize, that's per week. And then school age full-time rate is $145 per week. This is our family, what we call family child care, or what is also called by the feds, family, friend, and neighbor care. These are providers that are required to be licensed or registered by the Department of Health. So they are monitored and they do receive additional training from us. They were not included in the previous market rate survey, but we did include them, and it's really important to, which I think is really important because there are a great number of family child care programs out there. There are parts of our state that are extremely remote, extremely rural. Family child care is really the only option that some of these families have. And working with these programs to help build up their level of quality, turn them into true educational environments for the children that they're caring for. I think that's an important initiative that we need to be taking on. Just to give you a little bit, again, just a little bit more insight in our funding and kind of the breakdown. So if you look at our 2021 numbers, the average participation, and this is child care providers that receive subsidy and participate in our program, that number was 916. We served about 35,646 children. Now that number is elevated from our normal number because in 2021, we were still issuing what we call emergency certificates. What we did was we received special authorization from the federal government to use relief dollars to issue certificates to healthcare and healthcare ancillary service workers to receive assistance with childcare. And so there were a little over I think it was a little over 4,500, give or take, emergency certificates that were still being issued in 2021. We spent $127.3 million in subsidy payments. Of that, $31.4 million was covered by federal relief money. So what that means is without the federal relief money, we would not have been able to pay that much in reimbursement to child care providers. That came out to about $3,575 per child for the year. Then if you look at 2022, our current participation rate, we have more child care providers that are accepting subsidy than we did previously. I think that's a good thing. We're now at 951. We serve 32,267 children. Excuse me. We paid out $126.2 million in subsidy payments. 42.9 million of that was paid by federal relief dollars. And that number came out to 3,911 children per children. So I do think that it's very important to point out that if we go back and we look at the market rate survey that we had, again, keep in mind this 140, this 75th percentile, the 75th percentile numbers, those are the magic numbers. If you look at those numbers versus what our current standard rates are, now what I mean is when this federal relief money has expired, and it will expire September 30th of 2024, that is when we have to have all of those funds liquidated and reported to the federal government. We will only be receiving regular CCDF allocation dollars. With that money, that means that that's all we're gonna have for our subsidy program. And again, keep in mind, we have been spending about 85% on direct subsidy. We are required by law to spend 12% on quality. So we're really kind of at our max usage of those CCDF dollars for subsidy funds. But if you look at the 75th percentile numbers versus our current standard rates, for infants, we're looking at a 21% increase to meet the 75th percentile. For toddlers, we're looking at an 18.5% increase to meet the 75th percentile. For preschool children, we're looking at a 19.2% increase to meet the 75th percentile. And for school age full-time, we're looking at a 26% increase to meet the 75th percentile. So going back, and if we're looking at our current numbers, if you look at what we paid out and then what was covered by federal relief funds, our current standard rates really give us a good idea of what the new rates are going to have to be, because we're looking at between 15 and a little over 20% that we're going to have to increase our rates. Without additional funding, and as we understand it, our CCDF allocation is going to remain the same. They are going to use the same allocation formula that they used in 2022 to set 2023 allocation numbers. So we're not expecting to receive any additional federal funding. We do have federal relief funding, which I'm going to talk about in just a moment. But without continued funding, we are looking at potentially having to drop over 12,000 children from the program. And that's just simply because based on the increase in rates that we're going to have to set, this is a requirement by the federal government. We just can't serve as many children with the same amount of money when we have to increase our rates. So with our federal relief funding, I wanted to explain how much we received in federal funding and then what we've been doing with those federal funds. So the federal relief funding started with the CARES Act, and this was in 2020. Through the CARES Act, we received $47.1 million. CRSA, which is the coronavirus recovery, something. Again, we love our acronyms. That was $133.1 million. The American Rescue Plan gave us by far the largest increase in funding. We received $319.4 million in stabilization dollars, and then $199.7 million in discretionary funds. Now, so what have we been doing with this funding? So starting with the CARES Act, and we've continued with the CRSA funds with these programs. We have been offering a 25% enhanced reimbursement rate. The reason that we did that is when the pandemic first hit, our childcare industry tanked to 30%. Only 30% of providers were open and caring for children. And we were afraid that, first of all, families were not receiving the services that they needed, but also we were afraid that we would not be able to get those childcare providers back. So we made a couple of changes. First of all, we decided to increase our rates by 25% temporarily. We also began covering parent co-payments. So normally parents that are above the federal poverty line have to pay a percentage each month. We used relief dollars to cover that. We provided over $100 million in additional voucher subsidy funding. And then we issued the stabilization or child care strong grants with the stabilization funds and our booster shot grants with the CARES funding. Let me talk about the stabilization grants for just a minute. The $319.4 million, that was specifically earmarked for stabilization grants. That funding could not be used for anything else. And we had to, well, let's say we had to, we gratefully were able to provide grants directly to child care providers that were to stabilize the child care industry. I'm going to talk a little bit more about those numbers in just a moment. We also put in place some various other support programs for child care providers. So when we look at our Child Care Strong Grant Program, the stabilization funding that came through the Child Care Development Fund, it represented the single biggest investment in child care and early childhood education that had ever been made by our nation. We received $319 million in stabilization funds, but we wanted to make sure that every child care provider that applied that was eligible would receive a grant. So we used a portion of our CRSA funding, which was another pot of relief money, and we actually issued over $358.9 million in stabilization funds to child care providers. We had 1,101 providers that applied and did receive a grant. So this grant was designed as a six-month grant, and its purpose was to stabilize child care providers. Anything pertaining to their operating costs, and they could use stabilization funds for any operating costs going all the way back to April of 2020 when the pandemic first hit. So this grant was designed to be an influx of funding, hopefully to help those providers that had been struggling throughout the pandemic, again, as a way to hopefully not permanently lose the child care providers that had temporarily closed during the pandemic. Providers in 96% of our counties received funds. Of the providers that applied, 1,040 childcare providers were your traditional licensed childcare providers. Most of them used payments to help cover rent and mortgage payments to help make sure that their doors stayed open. A lot of our childcare providers have to rent or lease their buildings. They don't actually own their buildings. 70 of those providers were those childcare, those family home providers that care for children in their own homes. Again, they have to be licensed or registered to participate in our program, and they had to be licensed or registered to participate in this program as well. Again, most of them use them for rent or mortgage payments. On average, childcare providers received a total award. We broke the award down over a 6-month period, but on average, the average award was $267,400 for your traditional licensed childcare providers, and family home providers received on average $184,200. In addition to the stabilization funds, we also have received a little over $199 million in discretionary funding. Again, as Mr. Anderson pointed out, on November 2nd of 2021, he launched the Child Care Expansion Advisory Team to really look at how we could expand capacity across the state of Mississippi. And that team that convened, we looked at what the federal guidance was emphasizing that they wanted us to do with the discretionary money. They provided us with an information memorandum. When I say the federal government, I'm talking about the Office of Child Care, which is the federal agency that oversees the Child Care Development Fund. Some of the things that they really emphasized they wanted states to do, first of all, was to increase provider payment rates. Secondly, address workforce compensation and retention. Third, provide educational opportunities to create a more skilled and qualified workforce. Promote quality incentives for child care programs, and look at how we could expand child care, particularly in low-income and underserved communities. So taking that guidance into consideration, the task force that was convened, we came up with a list of recommendations and how we were going, and devised our plan for how we were going to use the discretionary dollars we were given. Through September 2024, September 30th, 2024, we're going to use somewhere between 70 and 80 million. It's a little difficult to say exactly how much because we have providers that are added to our subsidy program literally every day. Somewhere between 70 and $80 million will be used to cover the additional costs when we are going to be setting we are going to be increasing our standard rates in the very near future. We do anticipate that those standard rates are going to closely reflect what our current enhanced rates that we're using our relief dollars to cover. That we do anticipate that's what the new market rates are going to be closely reflected as. So we are going to use this money. Again, without these funds, we're looking at over 12,000 children that will have to be dropped from our subsidy program. To address workforce compensation and retention, we're going to use 83.4 million, give or take. Again, that number is difficult to directly pin down because we have teachers that are entering and leaving the early childhood childcare workforce every day. We are going to use that to offer direct incentives to teachers. If you divide that out by the number of teachers that are working in childcare, that's going to come out to about a $10,000 temporary bump for these teachers. And again, we would distribute that out over a period of time. Looking at child care expansion, 4.9 million. We will use that for startup grants to recruit and support new child care facilities, as well as work with existing child care facilities to look at how they might expand services to families. Mr. Anderson is going to talk more about the expansion projects here in just a couple of moments. To provide educational opportunities to create a more skilled and qualified workforce. 3 million of this will be used to provide scholarships to over 2,000 teachers to do what we call the Child Development Associate Program. It is a credential that is recognized nationwide, and that credential specifically focuses on child development and applying child development knowledge into a classroom setting. Some additional projects to support childcare. $25 million is going to be used to reimburse providers that were caring for their school-age population of children during the pandemic. Let me explain. A lot of childcare providers were approached by parents because those parents didn't have anywhere for their children to go during the pandemic because their schools had closed their doors. They were doing virtual learning, but the children could not physically go to their schools. Our child care providers literally opened their doors and cared for these children, provided opportunities for these children to stay at their program all day long, even though they were only being reimbursed part-time by us during that period. And they just simply did this because they were wanting to provide that service to their families. They had parents that couldn't go to work because they didn't have anywhere for their children to go. And so we want to use a portion of the discretionary funding to go back and reimburse those providers for the difference between what they would have received for their part-time rate versus what they should have received because they were caring for these children all day at a full-time rate. And then we're also going to use $3.5 million in the relief funding to establish a statewide pool of substitute teachers for childcare programs to use. Okay. Mr. Anderson.
I want to make clear why we decided to have this expansion advisory team. Well, let me be honest about it. I told Chad and our child care division that with these ARPA funds that we were getting, I wanted to do two things. One, I wanted to see if we could expand capacity for child care in the state, do something sustainable. And if we couldn't do something sustainable, that we could at least do something on a pilot basis that would show us what it looked like and what it would cost to expand child care coverage in the state. Now you have a different map from this map. The updated map that you have, we worked with a group called Elucidata, and that name is very appropriate because they are in the business of taking data and illuminating it for all of us so that we can see what it says. And in this updated map, which is in purple and red, they identified 15 counties across the state of Mississippi that are what we would call woefully underserved, that are child care deserts, so to speak. And they fit that definition because there are 2.3 children or more in those counties who are waiting for seats, and there's no child care provider available to give them a seat. And you can see in all of those counties, the numbers go from 2.31 up to, I think it's Issaquena County. I'm not sure that's the county, but it's 18 and a half children who don't have access to childcare because there's simply not capacity in that county for them to get a seat because there's not a seat available. And what we decided we're going to do in those 15 counties that we identified as potential child care deserts, first of all, we want to encourage new providers to come into those areas. And we've set aside about $500,000 that we're going to use for startup grants. We haven't decided yet what the amount of each grant will be. It may be $20,000, it may be $50,000, we're not sure. But we're going to award startup grants with that $500,000 to try to encourage new providers to locate, to open, to begin operating facilities in those 15 counties that are underserved right now. And the priority for those grants will also be given to providers who are willing to provide extended hours of care. One of the things this advisory team has explored at length is the reality that childcare after 6 p.m. is woefully unavailable all across, not just Mississippi, but all across the nation. If you need childcare after 6 p.m., there are very few options. And I dare say in Mississippi, outside the metro area, there really aren't any options. And so we are asking childcare providers to consider offering what we call non-traditional hours of care. There are lots of parts of our state. My friend Ryan Miller knows where shift work is the norm. And there are a lot of plants that are operating well past 6 p.m. to midnight and midnight to 7. And we're asking some of these new providers to consider offering extended hours of care and to consider offering services to children with special needs and services for infants and toddlers. Those are some of the expansion ideas. And a couple of other things we're going to do is we're going to do this pilot program called Early Start Mississippi. And it will fund a pilot project, again, to recruit new providers and assist existing childcare providers in expanding the level of care and the education services that they provide to families. We anticipate that we will recruit 150 new providers. We hope to with that funding, and serve an additional 50 existing providers. Then we also have the Nurturing Homes initiative that Chad mentioned earlier. A lot of our child care providers are providing care in their homes. And we want, and a lot of them who are providing care in their homes, they don't have business acumen. They don't have business expertise. They're running a business, but they're not well trained. Some of them, they love children, they love caring for children, and they are providing this service because they love working with children. But they don't have the kind of time or ability to train themselves in business matters, to do curriculum development or training for the staff that they have, to set up their classrooms. You know, one of the great things about some of our best child care providers, just like you saw in those resource and referral centers, you walk into some of our best child care providers and they have activity centers set up all throughout that center. And it's designed to reach the developmental needs of a child and to address the developmental needs. Well, in a home-based setting, it's often not possible to do that. And we're going to use some of this ARPA money that we still have to assist, we hope, 225 family home providers over the next 3 years until that funding runs out in September 2024. Now, one of the things that is absolutely clear is that we have been doing what we can to help the child care industry continue to function through and beyond the pandemic. We've been paying child care providers based on their enrollment and not on their attendance. We allow child care providers now the option of getting a direct deposit for their reimbursement, so they don't have to wait for some check to show up. We allow parents the opportunity now to upload documentation directly with their application, because we've enhanced our CCPP, our parent portal for them. Child support received by a family is no longer counted for eligibility purposes. We've removed co-payments for parents who are at or below the federal poverty level. Again, trying to do everything that we can to assist providers. Now, I want to make clear something else we did. When we got that $319 million in ARPA money, we had a number of options. Some states just did an RFP and they hired an outside vendor to run that grant program. We wanted to make sure we could get the maximum amount of funding out to providers. Some states carved out 10 or 15% of that money for administration, and they kept that for themselves. We didn't do that either. In fact, MDHS did not use a single dollar of those ARPA stabilization funds for administrative costs. We essentially absorbed the cost of administering a huge grant program. And the reason we didn't hire an outside vendor and the reason we didn't spend any of the administrative funds was, again, like Dr. Allgood's already explained, we actually went into our CARES Act and CURSA funds and topped up that 319 million and 358 million to make sure every provider who applied for a stabilization grant could get a stabilization grant. So now we have some needs going forward for this program to continue to serve families at current levels. And I think all of us in this room would agree that childcare is the backbone of Mississippi's workforce. If we don't have child care, we're not going to move the needle one bit in our workforce participation, because we've got to get that issue right, particularly for mothers and single mothers. There's just not an option for them. Without child care, they can't be in the workforce. So in order to support child care and working families, we really need the commitment of the state, of this legislature, to look at ways that we can provide the money that we're going to need come September 2024 to maintain the child care payment program at the level that it is right now. If we don't do that, as we've said more than once already, there are going to be 12,000 children who are going to drop off of our program. And some of the other things that we are looking at in order to assist families, we're looking at, this will be probably another pilot that we will run to see how it functions. Right now, you have to be employed, as we said already, 25 hours or more. Well, a lot of states have extended that child care subsidy eligibility into the job search period. And we're going to look at offering a 90-day startup period, if you will, a 90-day early period where somebody hasn't actually found a job, but he or she is a parent who's actively looking for a job, and extend their child care eligibility into that job search period. We also are participating in a program called Wrap Back. That's a program operated through the FBI, I believe it is. It's background checks for employees to make sure, I mean, just as recently as last night, if you were watching the local news, there was a story about a child care worker who was sentenced to 10 years in prison, 8 years of it suspended, but sentenced to time in prison for abusing a child in a child care center. We want to make sure that we have well-qualified, compassionate employees working in those child care centers, both in the home-based centers and the traditional center-based child care providers. And doing background checks is a way to do that. And the other thing that, and we certainly are going to be working alongside folks like Accelerate Mississippi to figure out how we get the child care workforce to a living wage. That's an unsolved problem, but it is a problem we need to solve. We're going to do some of that with some of these other subsidies that we're talking about. We're going to train teachers. We're going to provide assistance to them to get that credential. And we're also going to give them scholarships to go and get those credentials. But we're going to need to do these things to continue to serve families at the current level that we are serving them. Senator, I wanted to mention, you had asked us also to just touch briefly on some of the other programs that we as an agency are responsible for. As you'll see, and we've been talking, I talked last week briefly about our agency's work on creating a 5-year strategic plan. Food security is one of the issues that we address in that strategic plan. Mississippi is one of the, and this is no secret to anybody in this room, I don't believe, Mississippi is one of the most food insecure states in the nation. Our piece of that, our part of that is the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We also have the Women, Infant, and Children's program that's operated through the Department of Health. and a separate one that has to do with, Daniel, you're gonna have to help me. Okay, the Farmers Market Nutrition Program, another WIC program that's operated through the Mississippi Department of Agriculture and Commerce. Those are our three major food programs, and that brings me honestly, logically, directly to the HOPE Act, because the HOPE Act is something that is a barrier. It is a burden, I will say, to we were talking last week to potential TANF recipients and to others, because the HOPE Act imposes sanctions, and those sanctions don't only impact TANF eligibility. If you're sanctioned and you're excluded from TANF, it can also exclude you from SNAP, so that working families that want to be in the workforce lose not only their TANF assistance, but they lose that crucial food assistance. And one of the things we have along the same lines about some other issues that have been before this body and the body at the other end of the hall, 3 years in a row, we have come to this legislature and asked for some relief under the HOPE Act, particularly from this thing called change reporting that requires us to recertify a family every time there's a $100 difference in their household income. And why does that matter? Because we are currently running above the allowed 6% error rate. And we've been told as recently as about 10 days ago by the Food and Nutrition Service that runs the SNAP program that come June, they are going to begin imposing penalties on us. And the penalties are a function of the amount of SNAP funds that we administer. We administer about $600 million in SNAP assistance across the state. So we just can't afford to just be throwing money away on penalties if we can avoid it. Those are the items that we prepared. We're certainly, if time permits, Senator, open to any questions you may have.
I want to start just with, I want to start with just the questions. I'm going to go back to childcare. Okay, let me make sure that I've got this straight. WIC is administered by MSDH, SNAP is administered by y'all.
Yeah.
And then we have the WIC WNP, that's the Farmers Market Nutrition Program that's issued by the Department of Ag.
Right.
Okay. And so you have to go through, if you are trying to get help or assistance, you've got to go through three different agencies to do that.
Yes, ma'am. If you're a young mother, if you're a new mother, you gotta meet with MDHS, you gotta meet with the Department of Health, you gotta meet with the Department of Agriculture and Commerce just to have access to these three programs.
Okay. And these are people, for the most part, that are actually, they are working or trying to get into the workforce for the most part. These are people that are working for the most part, that are trying to get into the workforce.
Right.
That we've enacted this process for, correct?
That's correct. And of course, another thing the HOPE Act prohibited us from doing is anything that looked like categorical eligibility, where if you qualified for one, say the lowest level of income qualified you for TANF, we can't use that to qualify you for SNAP or for WIC or for anything else. We can't do that under the HOPE Act.
Okay. And from what I'm understanding about this, we're one of the few states that operates it this way. Is this correct?
As far as I'm aware, yeah, we're one of the few that has segmented everything like this. And let me say along those lines too, in terms of eligibility barriers, the legislature was very gracious to fund us in this legacy project that we're doing or beginning right now to replace all of our eligibility platforms, because in a similar vein, if you come to MDHS for childcare, child support, SNAP, and I left out TANF, you have to complete 4 different applications because we have 4 different eligibility platforms, which when we upgrade to our new systems from our legacy systems right now, we will integrate those. My hope is, my plan is, my demand is of that team that we have 1 application when we get to that stage. But that again is just a function of we're working with 30-year-old systems, and they all operate independently.
What is y'all's time frame on trying to have that system completed? I know a lot of our state agencies are working on trying to get new systems in place. Do y'all have a time frame yet?
Well, we have a timeline. It's not my favorite subject to talk about the length of it, but the RFP we hope will go out in January. The actual project will be started sometime next year. We hope to have all of those new systems in place by early 2026. But my IT shop tells me that's as soon as we can build it. And I've told them, you know, chop any time off that you can as we move forward, but they insist that it's about a 3-year project. So yeah, I feel the same way.
This is, okay, let me go back to this a little bit. I think there is a misperception among the public. TANF funds are, so right now it is people who have jobs. We would like to possibly maybe give it to people that are actively applying for work, correct? Give us who actually qualifies for TANF, because I think there's some misperception as to who actually can participate in TANF.
Yeah, our TANF program, well, the TANF program nationally, it's a welfare to work program is what it is. It's there's a work requirement built into it. Even if you qualify from an economic income and eligibility standpoint, you still have to participate in the TANF work program, which requires you to either be actively engaged in work, actively seeking work, or in an educational program that has a degree target built into it. You can't just be signed up and taking classes and, you know, being a 6-year student at Ole Miss or something like that. You have to be in an actual program that's, you know, seeking to receive a degree. It could be an associate's degree. It can be a bachelor's degree. It can be a technical degree, but you have to be enrolled. But the point is, that's where those sanctions come in. You can actually be sanctioned for the first time for failing to show up for a job interview as part of the TANF work program. And there are a lot of reasons you could miss a job interview, you know, transportation being one of them.
Okay, let me go back to this too, because I've actually had somebody contact me about this. So, and it's somebody who is in the workforce and got into the workforce with a little bit of assistance. So if they missed a job interview, maybe they had a child sick, maybe they had a wreck on the way to that job interview, they get 2 of those and they lose benefits. Tell me.
That's it. Under the HOPE Act, and I want to give you all the reference for the HOPE Act because we talked about House Bill 1090, but it was codified and it's actually on the books. It's in the Mississippi Code, section 4312(1) through 4312(47). That is the HOPE Act codified into the Mississippi Code. And the sanctions provision for TANF is, I believe, 4312(35). And it's basically 2 strikes and you're out. And there's also language about if you are sanctioned under one of the programs, then you're sanctioned under all of them, essentially, TANF and SNAP.
Okay, so if they get sanctioned under TANF, they lose their food benefits as well for their
Yes, ma'am.
for their family. Okay. All right, I'm going to switch to childcare now. Let me ask y'all this question too. So that is 85% of federal poverty level. Is that what you said on that, on the childcare?
Well, it's actually our eligibility level is 85% of the state median income.
State medium income, okay. Okay, so we, after the pandemic, and we are preparing for that, in September of 24, we're looking right now to have 12,000 people that will fall off these childcare subsidies, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if the legislature wanted to continue with those subsidies, what is the price tag that we're looking at?
So I'm going to go back to this slide, so right here, if you're looking at our 2022 numbers, we provided 126.2 million in subsidy payments in 2022. That's federal fiscal year, so that's October 1 through September 30th. 42.9 million of that was paid by federal relief funds. And that is, we used 85% of of our regular allocation to go towards the 126.2. But beyond that 85%, we really can't spend any more in subsidy dollars because 12% of our funding has to be earmarked for quality improvement activities.
Okay, and is there a federal match if the state was to put that in?
We're already meeting the maximum federal match that we're allowed. It's a block grant, and so the formula is set.
Okay.
And it's based on our Medicaid. It's the same as our.
The amount we pay as a state tracks the FMAP for Medicaid. So right now it's at a higher level because the public health emergency is still in place. That's another funding reduction we're going to see when the Department of Health and Human Services, the federal department, says the public health emergency no longer exists and resets our FMAP for Medicaid. It will automatically reset our FMAP for childcare as well.
Okay. All right, let me ask you this question too. We're at 85% of the median state income. So someone gets a job, they're making $1 more an hour, $2 or more an hour. There's no sliding scale whatsoever. It's either you're on or you're off, correct?
When you get a certificate, when you get a subsidy certificate, it's valid for 12 months.
Okay.
And we don't remove someone in the middle of a certificate. Now, after that 12, or as we're getting to about 90 days, coming up on that 12-month expiration date, we ask families to go through a redetermination process where we recertify them to make sure that they're still meeting the eligibility requirements.
Okay. Let me ask you this too. I was unaware, this has been enlightening, on this angle, and I thought I had kind of, special needs. Is that still under this 85%, or is that any child with special needs? Tell me what that particular category is.
So
Eligibility.
special needs is included, but the family still has to meet the other eligibility requirements as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. Who has questions? Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just got a few questions for you. You mentioned it's going to be 3 years on your legacy project. You get that up?
Yes, sir, at least, well, we hope it'll be operational sometime in 2026.
Right. Is the technology going to be current?
Absolutely, yeah. That's
In 3 years, so you're building it to have the latest technology in 2026?
That's what's written into the requirements. We want the top of the line, the best available. I mean, because Senator, the state is committing $54 million to this project. The feds will commit another $100 million. So yes, for $154 million, we absolutely expect to get the most current technology that we can.
I'd like to go back to slide 9.
Which one is that?
You talk about Mississippi funding versus the neighboring states. There you go. So how do they determine that? Why are we the lowest up there?
So the feds use an allocation formula, and there's three primary factors that go into it. Those factors include the number of children in our state that are younger than the age of 5, how many children in our state receive free and reduced lunch, and what our state's per capita income over a 3-year period is.
Given my knowledge on all those demographics, we're generally last. I would think our rates would be a little bit higher from the feds and the support.
I would tend to agree with you, but like I said, that's the formula that they set. We're currently contributing everything that we can statewide, and as we do have to put up a maintenance of effort percentage to get our full drawdown from the feds, but they send out these allotments every year. You can go to the Office of Child Care's website and it will show you a full breakdown of every state, what their state maintenance of effort is, what the federal match is, and then what they allocate for what they call the additional discretionary money. But I tend to agree with you, but unfortunately, this is all we're given.
Okay. Then on slide 14. There you go. If I'm understanding this right, we're spending about $3,900 per child. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I go back to another slide, I think the weekly rate is $140.
That is the $140 is the market, I believe. Is this when you're talking about this right here?
Well, what I'm taking a look at it, if I take that 3,900 and I divide it by whatever the rate is, and I used 140, you only have about 28 weeks of coverage. So my question is, what's happening with that's about just a little over half a year. What's happening with the other half of the year?
So the 3,900, that's actually the 126 divided by the 32,000 children that we served. That now you have to keep in mind, like with our school age, like our child care school age programs, and even with traditional child care, some of them only have like part-time programs. So it doesn't necessarily reflect a full day for every single one of those 32,000 children that we serve. And actually we do have a large portion of school age children that participate in the program. So a lot of them are going to have your part-time rates.
That helps with the numbers. Thanks.
Additional questions? Senator Wiggins?
Thank you. Appreciate y'all's presentation. To Senator Boyd's question, and I'm going to ask this question and ask you to comment on it. Her point back when she mentioned the benefits, you have to go to 3 different agencies. From the perspective of the provider, you have the Department of Health, Department of y'all, and you have Department of Education, not to mention others that regulate child care providers. And I've heard that it's a complete and utter bureaucratic nightmare for providers because they have to go through 3 agencies to have their centers licensed. And because the Department of Health looks at it from the health perspective, Department of Education, if there is a curriculum, is looking at which they should be looking at the curriculum, and y'all are looking at the finance stuff. So can you comment on that?
Well, let me take the licensing piece, for example. Right now, we pay the Department of Health about $1 million a year for the licensing program. Actually, they're asking us next year to increase that to about 3 million. Because they did something we haven't been able to do with our employees. They raised everybody in the licensing division, from what I'm told, up to a higher salary level. So they want us to pay them an extra $2 million to do the licensing piece. Yeah, I agree with you, Senator. It's a patchwork for sure. And for a provider, I don't know when the licensing was set up with the Department of Health, for example. I don't know how long it's been with them, but it's been there as long as recent memory, as far as I know, the last 25 years or more. And the curriculum piece, let me ask just a moment. Okay. And on the curriculum piece, we actually approve the curriculum. All we do is compare it to the Department of Education standards to make sure it's sound from a child development standpoint. But we approve the curriculum. This program.
Well, with all due, and I think that's good, but with all due respect, there is data that shows you need an evidence-based curriculum to high quality education. I don't know if that's what y'all are looking at. I do know that the Department of Education looks at that. And so what my concern tends to be is that the curriculums that are being approved are not evidence-based, high quality. And we know from the data and we know from the facts that high quality is what leads to better outcomes.
I completely agree with you. And to speak to that point, I'm going to go back a few years to when the state had what was called the Quality Rating Improvement System, the Quality Stars.
URS, yep.
So the Quality Stars program was a more rigorous check of quality.
People hated it.
Yes. So look, I was very familiar with that with that piece. So the Quality Stars, which represented the state's first, it was the state's first go at a quality rating system. Mississippi was not alone. There, pretty much every other state used the same rating scales that the Quality Stars program used at the time. I will say that there actually MDHS contracted with Frank Porter Graham at the University of North Carolina, I think, to actually come in and evaluate the Quality Stars program to determine if the assessment was in fact doable. Not only was it measuring what it should, but was it doable for providers in Mississippi? There were some not so great decisions made by the administration at DHS at the time. That contract was canceled in the middle of that work. Then you fast forward to 2017 when the State Early Childhood Advisory Council under Governor Phil Bryant stepped in and they enacted their Family Unified Base Plan, which put into place the standard center designation, which we are currently using now. That is the designation that was written into the state plan at the time. This, like I said, this was back in 2017. Fast forward to today, we realize that the standard center designation is not adequate. We are launching a campaign to address quality in early childhood. But first and foremost, what's very important is that we, as an agency, we reach out to those providers that are actually doing the work. And so we have been doing a series of town hall meetings. We also have done a survey, and we've also partnered with a couple of others to get feedback from the early childhood community on whether or not the standard center designation, as well as the supports that go along with that, in their mind is adequate to assure quality, but then also do they receive the proper support to make sure that they're meeting quality standards? We already know that the standard center designation is not adequate. And we are going to be making plans to replace that system. But as we move forward with this system, it's crucial that we give providers and families a voice. And so as we go through this rebuilding phase, we have put in a feedback loop where we're going to be engaging providers. And we are in fact looking at replacing that designation.
Well, thank you for acknowledging that. And not to beat my drum or my horse, but the Collaborative Act put in requirements of high quality, evidence-based early education. And we've even had peer reports that discussed high quality, what is considered evidence-based and what's not. So my encouragement would be to accept and look at that, because that is what's placed us at the top of the rankings nationally.
I agree. And I've had multiple conversations with Dr. Jill Dent at the Office of Early Childhood. I think we do have a set of standards that we can look at based on what the pre-K collaboratives do. But again, we have to keep in mind that there are childcare providers that are new, they're new to the industry. We have to make sure that we make sure that they're meeting minimum standards. I used to be director of child care licensing at Department of Health. And I can tell you there are programs out there, they're doing everything that they can, but they still need additional support. And frankly, over the last 5 years, we have not done a great job in terms of training, resources, technical assistance that we could have to really be building up that industry. We also have, when we look at putting a quality assessment piece in place, we also want to make sure that child care providers have rebounded from the pandemic. A lot of them are just simply struggling to keep teachers in their classrooms, which is why we're looking at the direct incentives. We're looking at the substitute pool. We're looking at ways that we can help stabilize the workforce, because all those standards and all things, they're fantastic. But unless you have a consistent workforce of teachers that are in the classroom in there every single day, and until you reduce turnover, you're really not going to be able to address.
Which is why the collaborative allowed for the tax incentives that the collaboratives can use to pay for high quality teachers to keep it. And the ones that I've talked to have said that they've been able to use that to hire those people. But all of that to say, you've, I guess, proven my point that it's a hodgepodge of agencies that the providers have to deal with and that we're not being successful on. And I don't know if y'all have looked at other states, but other states have addressed this through different ways, either through a unified system like West Virginia. And so maybe that's something y'all could look at. So thank you. I know time's running short, so thank you very much.
Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for the presentations this morning. My perspective is going to be, I guess, a bit more practical. And I did not realize that Clay County, Noxubee County, and some of the other counties had made lists. And having some, I would say, personal experience in the past few weeks trying to reach out to childcare providers for space. And multiple facilities are indicating that there are waiting lists, no availability. So my first question is, and I think it was Director Anderson that mentioned you all plan to use some of your ARPA funds to increase capacity, get more childcare facilities. How much of those funds, or what amount do you all intend to expend for those efforts?
So do you want me to speak to this? Okay. So as of right now, when we're looking at the expansion dollars, we're dedicating just under $5 million towards expansion. But Director Anderson mentioned the startup grants in those 15 counties. Right now, we've got $500,000 that we're going to initially pump into that program. However, if we get that program started and we see that there's such a demand that we need to allocate more funding, we've given ourselves some wiggle room with our discretionary dollars to funnel more money to offer more startup grants if that program takes off and we see a bunch of programs that want to take advantage of those startup grants.
So my next question is, I think you all mentioned that you have reached out to providers and you know that they're a waiting list. What efforts will be made to, I assume part of the issue is staffing, is that correct? What efforts will be made to increase or help those child care facilities gain more staff?
So if you look, let's see. So right here, I think one of the issues obvious is retention. It's getting folks that can come in and then they can stay. And I think there's a few factors that contribute to that. One, I think that when teachers enter a classroom, they're not fully prepared for what they're about to experience. I was a director at one time. I used to interview folks, and the first thing that I would say is, why do you want to work here? They'd say, well, I love children. That's all well and good, but are you still going to love children when you've got 12 two-year-olds? One's playing in the sink, you got to change a diaper, this one's crying for mommy. It's a little bit different when you apply that, your love for children, to a group setting. And so I think one of the things is we've got to do a better job of doing pre-service training for teachers and in-service training. I think that's going to be crucial. The second thing is it's frankly the pay. Most teachers that live in Mississippi are still making just at or a little above minimum wage. But then you look at other things, like I know just the price of rent in the Jackson metro area has gone up almost 30% just in the last 5 years. So there are other things, and most teachers that work in the early childhood field, apply for or qualify for our program, or as well as all of our other programs. We've got to make some changes to help build up that workforce, create a livable wage, but also just create a better quality of life. Those teachers, you know, they come into the childcare industry, now they can make more money going and working in a restaurant because they can make $10 to $15 an hour versus what they would make in a childcare program. But the other thing is that you got to keep in mind is we increase the pay for teachers, you're going to increase the cost of childcare. So you have to think about how do you balance the cost of making sure the teachers are receiving a livable wage, but then also keeping childcare affordable for families.
So will there be any efforts to recruit maybe more seasoned individuals? As you were speaking, it seems as though if you said someone can go and work in a restaurant, that sounds like a younger person. But perhaps I guess my question is, what efforts will be made to recruit individuals who may be a bit older, who may not be suitable to go and bus tables, you know, wait tables, that sort of thing?
So when you're talking about things like that, you know, you're talking about the business management portion of your program. We have a team of business coaches that go in and they do offer training to directors. And if they're struggling like with workforce, we say, have you reached out to like retired teachers that might be in your community? Have you looked at people? Because typically what happens with directors, they just go with whoever walks in the front door. But the question is, are they making efforts to reach out to their community to see if there are other people beyond those that are just looking for a part-time job, to really find those folks that, like you said, are more seasoned, that have experience in the classroom. You know, when I was a director, 50% of my staff were retired teachers, and they were my best employees. And it's because they had experience in the classroom, they had been there, but also they knew how to deal with parents, they knew how to do things with confidentiality, et cetera. So I think it is really working directly with those directors individually, like through that training that we offer, and talking to them about how to, you know, what can we help you with? What kind of ideas can we work with you to, you know, get people in the door that are going to stay?
And I don't want to belabor the point. I know that there's an itinerary that's been scheduled, but when you say retired teachers, those are individuals who have education degrees. They've worked in classrooms, but what about the segment of the population? They may be 45, 50, 55 years old, still able-bodied, but not necessarily a former educator, but they have skills that they can be taught, apprenticeships, those types of training pathways.
Let me say, Senator, we're committing, as you see here, 83 million for incentives directly to child care teachers, and then an additional 3 million for scholarships for them to get these associate credentials. $83 million is maybe, you know, we could do more if we had more, but we hope to bring people who are qualified into these child care centers by investing, you know, over $85 million in both the incentives and the credentialing, and we're putting another $3.5 million into creating a pool of substitute teachers to give child care providers some relief, because a lot of centers, when they lose one worker, they have to think hard about whether they can be open for that day. And so we're going to raise up a pool of substitute teachers who we also hope will be those who have plenty of experience, who can walk into, like Chad was just saying, who doesn't need to be trained. They don't need to be trained to walk in as a substitute. You know, the best thing about a substitute, the best substitute you can find is somebody who's already done the job, not somebody you have to teach the job to.
Will there be pathways for on-the-job training?
That's what these direct incentives will do, and that's what these scholarships will do. Those are on-the-job training opportunities for child care workers.
And I will say, we also, through the Resource and Referral Network, we have trainers all across the state that do offer the in-service training that you're talking about. They're required by licensing to get at least 15 hours. Another thing that our state that we really need to do a better job of, and this goes along with the quality initiatives that we're trying to push, is creating what we call a true professional development system that lays a foundation of child development knowledge and then building on that knowledge. We need to do a better job of establishing not only formal, but also alternate pathways for those that are looking, that are looking for a career. They happen upon, early childhood and they're like, hey, I could do this, but then give them, like you said, an opportunity to learn more about that field and then build on those skills, earn some credentials. That's why the CDA is such a great alternative, because it does offer child development knowledge. It offers a really good foundation. And then if those teachers want to further their education, luckily there are a lot of community colleges that will accept some of the CDA hours I lost the word that I'm looking for, but they can test out of certain courses if they have their CDA, if they want to get like a 2-year associate degree. So that is something that we definitely need to do a better job of. And that's something we definitely know with this quality initiative that we really need to focus on workforce development.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hickman, can you do this in 5 minutes?
I think I can.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Boyd, and thank you for this presentation. I actually have, I think, just 4 questions. A couple of them may be extremely compound, but I'm going to try and go in the order of this presentation. My first question, and I'm deeply concerned, the number that you've given us is that after these federal subsidies and this federal assistance has expired, I think you said September 2024, there's a possibility we will have to drop 12,000 children from the program. I think we also understand, and the point has not missed us as to why we're here. We're here because of, we're in a post-roll, we're in a Dobbs world at this point. So if we capitalize this 12,000 children that may have to be dropped from the program and juxtapose that with the fact that we may, or it's a very real possibility we will have an influx of children, then we're dealing with somewhere, there's a possibility of 20,000, upwards of 20,000 children that we're not serving. So my first question is, of the 32,000 children that we're serving, is there a waiting list, or is that to our capacity, we're currently serving everyone who needs to be served?
And like I said, because we have the relief dollars and we still have, and we have the spending plan for our discretionary dollars. However, we have not had a waiting list in over 5 years for the child care payment program. We are accepting anyone that applies and is qualified. We don't want to put a waiting list in place. And that's why we're saying, I guess, the point that we need to make is this funding that we're looking at right now, this is just to continue to serving our current capacity. If we wanted to serve more children, we would need additional funds to serve more than the 32,000 that I mentioned here.
So that leads me to the real question. My question is, are there other ways outside of, say, an appropriation from the legislative body? Are there other ways or other pools of funding that we can use to assure that we're, one, not dropping 12,000 children, and two, that if there is an influx of children who need these services, who qualify for these services, they're still being served?
In terms of funding that is specifically for subsidy, I know of no other federal funding that's available. Other states that are serving more children than what the federal allocation provides, they're doing it using state dollars.
Thank you.
Senator, let me mention one thing. We have said in the last couple of weeks, we were working on releasing a strategic plan. Some of that involves a pivot with some of our TANF funding. TANF funding is a possibility of converting some of that TANF money to CCDF funding. And that is certainly something that's on the table that we will look at, we are looking at. I want to make sure too, that the distinction here is recognized, that we're not saying there aren't child care providers that don't have waiting lists. We're saying there aren't any participating in the child care payment program that we administer, that we know of, that have waiting lists. Now, there are many child care providers who have waiting lists, but they're simply not a part of the provider community that we serve.
No, and I totally get that distinction. There's a distinction between this program that we're talking about that provides the subsidies and actual childcare. And I think we've gotten to that point that there are childcare centers with long wait lists where you can't get that. So I understand that, and you answered my next question. It is a possibility that TANF dollars could be used to provide services within this program.
There is a possibility that we can convert some TANF funds to CCDF. That's always an option for the state.
So my next question, when we talk about the workforce compensation retention, there's a $83.4 million there that you intend to allocate. These funds will be used to direct initiatives and subsidies for teachers. How would that work, and who would qualify, or how would a teacher qualify for these direct incentives?
Well, the way we're going to put that program together is we're going to write the requirements. The answer is we haven't decided all those parameters yet. We're going to write an RFP, and we're going to put into the RFP what we want those guidelines to be, and then we will select a vendor to administer the program. I think primary among those will be obviously what the level of education is for that current employee, whether they have the CDA certificate or any certificate, what the level of payment is currently at their provider, if they're the job they have. Certainly we want to help folks who are making $7.75 an hour more than we want to help folks who are making $15 an hour, if there are those in the system who are making $15 an hour. Right. And we'll be focusing on those employees who are in the child care payment program. So most of whom, as I'm aware, are at the lower end of the income scale.
Thank you. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip one question. So I'm going to go to my last one, but I will just make this statement. I think we talked about this the last time you were here. I see you said that child support is no longer counted as eligibility income. And I think I honed in on the point that I have a serious issue with some of our programs requiring compliance with child support when the funds received from child support are not a mechanism used to determine eligibility. And I think that's a barrier, but that's a whole nother conversation we can have offline. And we have talked about that a little bit. So my last question is, what exactly are you asking us to do with this HOPE Act? Of course, you know that I'm new, so I wasn't here when this was passed, but it's very daunting. I've looked at it, and I personally don't like it. But what exactly are you asking us to do point blank? And what is it costing the state to keep this in place?
It's costing the state. For example, we are building things like a fraud and abuse module with Medicaid that for all practical purposes, we will never use. We, DHS, will never use. We're facing the possibility of penalties because of the change reporting element. The HOPE Act was passed as something called the Medicaid and Human Services Transparency and Fraud Prevention Act. It's doing none of those things. It's not creating transparency. It's not really involved in the fraud prevention activities that we already do as an agency. And having come from Medicaid fairly recently, I had responsibility for program integrity and compliance at Medicaid as chief integrity officer. And we were doing a pretty good job of trying to ferret out fraud. We could do better. We could prosecute more cases. That's dependent on the AG's office working those cases. But the HOPE Act requires us to invest in tools that we don't need, that will be redundant when we install these new systems that we're working to replace. And it imposes, for example, the disqualification piece. Prior to the HOPE Act, we had a 4-step sanction program under TANF. We had a 3-month, 6-month, 12-month, and permanent sanctions. Now it's not even 3 strikes. It's 2 strikes and you're out. And we recently surveyed, I have a field office advisory team comprised of county directors and regional directors in our economic assistance division. And they have asked us to take TANF back in-house, the work program back in-house. We used to administer the work piece of that at MDHS. And all due respect to my friends at the Department of Education, the Department of Employment Security, They're administering that program and they're sending folks to things like volunteer work opportunities. We don't teach a person to get into the workforce by sending them to a volunteer opportunity. It's great to, to serve a nonprofit, but it doesn't teach them what it's like to have a job and what it means to be responsible and to be rewarded for showing up for a job every day. And all of these things could be re-examined if we can get out from under these 47 provisions of the HOPE Act.
So basically, we are costing the state by over-policing poor people and how they receive their benefits.
I think that's probably a fair statement. A lot of what the HOPE Act was designed to do, so I'm told, and it was before my time as well, was to ferret out fraud among recipients. And as a longtime fraud prosecutor, I can tell you in the public assistance program, and I've seen it in Medicare and I've seen it in Medicaid, and I see it in TANF and SNAP. That's not the biggest part of the problem. That is not the biggest part of the problem. I mean, recent history from 2 years ago tells us that the biggest fraud is not being committed by those who are receiving the benefits. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Director. If y'all will stand up, I want to say, as we're coming up for our next speaker, I want to say thank you very much. You have been completely candid in our meetings with you. And I feel like we as the legislature know how to partner with you better because of your complete candor and your agency's complete candor in working with y'all. Also, thank you so much too for what we can do on childcare and child support. Because we know that our childcare is an economic development issue for us, and we know that our single mothers are 75, they're at the labor force participation rate of 75%, whereas our state is only at 55%. So that is a workforce that wants to work, and we need to see what we can do to help them get into that, make sure that they stay in that workforce. So thank y'all very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Senator. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to start back. If everybody will make their way back in here, I think we've all stretched and we've got our handouts, and y'all have a great deal going on at the Department of Health, and we appreciate you being here. I think y'all have a lot of stuff, a lot of water going on too. So we appreciate y'all being here, talking about childcare today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boyd, and thank you, committee members, for another opportunity for the agency to testify on these really important issues related to women's, infant, and children's health. These are all extremely important for our core mission work at the Health Department. First off, I'd like to introduce my team of subject matter experts in the area of childcare and children's health. I have Melissa Parker, who is over all of licensure, but she's an expert on childcare licensure. Dr. Victor Sutton over preventive health and health equity, Dr. Beryl Polk over health services, Jim Craig's over in the corner doing what he's always doing something. So obviously for us, I know for you, the issue of childcare is very important as it relates to children's health and their safety. And as the state agency that bears the responsibility for licensure and regulation of childcare facilities, we understand this and we do accept that responsibility very seriously. But we also recognize the fact that access to affordable safe and high quality childcare is extremely important in terms of talking about economic development, workforce development, as we talk about the ability for families to have economic mobility upwards, and specifically for moms and single moms to have more options to have economic growth. Access to safe, quality childcare is extremely important. So in that light, I'd like to invite Melissa Parker to come up and present some important information that you have before you.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here today. I just want to tell you a little bit about what we do in child care licensure. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have as well. So our Child Care Facilities Licensure Bureau, we license, inspect, monitor, regulate licensed child care facilities. We also look at residential in-home providers. Those are actually not licensed by us, but we do that work for DHS. Those are typically, the in-home providers are 5 or fewer in an actual home. So it's not a facility, it's in an actual home. But we do go there. It's an abbreviated type of inspection that we do in those facilities versus what we do in an actual licensed child care facility. We also look at residential group homes, and we also regulate youth camps. So our focus is safe operation, healthy environment, strict nutrition guidelines to make sure that those kids are protected and they're healthy while they're in our facilities. This just kind of gives you a breakdown of our staff, their workload, what they've done. And this is actually FY22 numbers. For Region 1, that encompasses public health districts 1, 2, and 4. We did about 1,096 inspections with 7 staff last fiscal year. Region 2, districts 3 and 5 for the public health districts, 997 with 6 staff. Region 3, 956 inspections with 6 staff. Region 4, 1,183 inspections with 7 staff. And we're projected out to do over 3,000 inspections this year. That also depends on whether or not we have to do follow-ups, that type of thing, and new facilities that we bring online. The map that we provided just to kind of give you an idea of the number of licensed facilities across our state. Our factor in red is those that have less than 10. You have a bigger map than the one that's in the PowerPoint presentation so that you can read it a little bit better. But that just kind of gives you an idea. About 43 out of our 82 counties have less than 10 child care facilities in their county. And you can see the breakdown in each of those counties by that map. Our residential in-home providers, you can see that's a much smaller number. I think we have around 75 of those. So not many residential in-home providers. The lion's share of those are in Hinds County. And we do a lot of work with those providers, making sure that they keep children safe. And our focus for 2023, not only is to do our regular workload that we normally do, but we're going to focus on additional technical assistance to facilities. This is something that our goal is to do 2 additional technical assistance inspections in addition to the work that we already do for initial licensure and then our mid-year inspections. This technical assistance inspection will focus on facility vulnerabilities. We're going to look at transition times. Maybe they're going to lunch, maybe they're coming in from the playground, just to see where they might have some vulnerabilities where we might be able to assist them. This is not an inspection in that we will not be citing regulations and things like that unless we see something completely egregious. So we will definitely be working with the providers. Our goal is to also increase the number of staff that we have. Right now, our current workload is about 50 facilities per staff member. What I'd like to do is get that down to 40 facilities so our staff can spend longer in these facilities working with our child care providers. And we now are doing background checks every 5 years per a federal requirement. So we worked hard, and the child care providers have worked extremely hard to meet that deadline. So that was a new requirement as of this year. And most all the child care providers have now gotten that 5-year background check done and will continue to do that every 5 years. And we do have a new system in place that will actually remind child care providers to get that done. So that's going to be a great resource for them. We also have a training unit that provides training to our child care providers. I think as Chad said, they have to have 15 hours of continuing education units, both the directors and the staff each year. So we work really hard. We had about 9,962 folks attend training last year, and we awarded over 1,000 contact hours. Our focus of trainings is child care regulations, playground safety. We do some director orientation, infant and toddler regulations, which is going to be a really big focus for us this next year, after school regulations, and then the federally required health and safety training. We also have an investigation and complaint unit. Right now, we have 6 investigators and 1 intake coordinator. They're located across the state, and they work independently of our licensing officials. So the child care providers have their licensing official that comes in and does that regular inspection and regular licensing work. Our child care inspectors that do investigations and complaints are completely different than those individuals. Those complaints are triaged. We have a really robust licensing and reporting system that was developed by ITS for us. That's a forward-facing system, so it's publicly available. You can see pretty much everything that we see in that licensing and regulation system. And all substantiated complaints are available for public view on that website. We do not publish unsubstantiated complaints. Just to kind of give you an idea of how hard these folks have worked this past year, in FY22, we did 1,268 investigations. And so far, FY23 to date, we've done 179. Those are comprised of consumer complaints and then self-reported incidents as well. We do reports of death or serious injury. We have those, we get out to those facilities within 24 hours. So if a complaint investigator is not available to get there within 24 hours, we will send a licensing official and then follow that up with a complaint investigator. In FY22, we had 3 deaths in child care facilities. That's 3, way too many. 2 in licensed and 1 in an unlicensed facility. And that was not a residential home. That was actually a completely unlicensed provider. We had 336 serious occurrences that were reported to us. 153 that did require medical attention, injuries were involved. 41 requiring medical attention with no injuries. And then 142 that required that did not require medical attention. Maybe the police were called to the facility, or maybe CPS was involved. And then our agency collaborations, as you know, we work really hard with DHS to help them with their workload. During the Child Care Strong grants, we did 381 construction approvals. There was a 2 to 3 day turnaround for getting those approved, provided that we had all the information we needed from the provider. There were some lag times for providers to get information to us, and that was due to things, a lot of those things were beyond their control. And then we share our data system with DHS as well. They have visibility of that. They can see a lot of what we see. And then we also work with the Mississippi Department of Child Protective Services for the Child Abuse Registry check. That's part of our comprehensive background check that we do on each individual that's working in a child care facility. And then Department of Public Safety, they actually perform our criminal history background check. So that's comprised of the state, FBI, National Sex Offender Registry, and then we pull into the Child Abuse Registry to make that a complete and comprehensive background check. And that's it. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I've got just a couple of questions and we'll open it up. When they go in, kind of give us just an overview of what they're looking at versus like, what is licensing looking at? You're looking at safety codes, kind of tell us.
Yeah, sure. So we are looking at some paperwork. We're looking to make sure that you have those immunizations that are required. We also look at those letters of suitability. That's probably one of the first things that they look at, because if those individuals don't have that letter of suitability and their background check is clear and they're cleared to work in a child care facility, we have to send those individuals home. It's probably one of the first things that they do. They'll walk around to the different classrooms and look at child to staff ratio. Do they have plenty of staff? Based on the type and number of children that they have, it's going to be more for infants than it would be for other children. We're looking at safety issues. Do they have something, not a covered plug? Did they have a crock pot in the room that a child could pull over on them? A lot of health and safety stuff. And then we look at the transition times too, when we're actually in the facility. So we're looking at every classroom and we're looking at paperwork. We look at their nutrition standards, look at menus, also look at their kitchen if they have one, make sure that that's up to par and that they have all the necessary certifications and requirements for that.
And do y'all give them a grade like you do a restaurant? Do you give them is it a numerical grade?
No, we don't on them. I think that we just give them an actual certification. It's different than our actual food protection because it's not as comprehensive. But I think we do give them, I think we may give them a letter grade. Yes, for food. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Let me go back to your in-home, residential in-home provider map. I'm looking at this map and am I reading it correctly? Like it says that in Lafayette County, there are no residential in-home providers.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when does somebody need to register with this? Because I know that there are people who keep children in their home.
So if they have more than 5 children, we require them to be a licensed childcare facility.
But under
5, they need to be a residential in-home provider and they need to contact DHS to go through that process.
Okay. Let me ask this question then. From 5 to what is considered resident? Like what's the limit of children that they can have within their home?
5 is the limit that they can have.
Okay.
5 is the limit. If they want to
And reach
receive
5, they need to register.
Right, so there's 2 different things. You have people that keep children in their homes. There may be a couple of children that are kept in the home. They're not required. If they want to receive subsidy dollars from DHS, then they will be required to register as an in-home provider.
Okay. So once you reach 5, that's the magic number and you can't have any more than 5.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Your investigation and complaint unit. I think that is something that has been on the news quite a bit lately. I think we had I think somebody received 10 years. I heard on the news this morning as I was coming in, for abuse and for hitting a child.
Correct.
Then I think we've seen some cases where people have been dismissed immediately for some things that have been all over the internet just recently of scaring a child. Tell me how that process works. Y'all receive that call or does local law enforcement receive that call? How does that work?
So it can be several ways. We could receive a call from a consumer, a parent, anybody really, that we would investigate that complaint, go in and do a full investigation. Sometimes the facility actually self-reports that information to us. They'll contact their licensing official. The licensing official will then contact the investigation unit, and then they'll be dispatched out. Also, local law enforcement sometimes does reach out to us as well.
Also to own that, so when y'all get those cases, do you refer them to the local DA? Do you refer them to the Attorney General's office? Who do you refer those to?
So we work primarily with law enforcement and we let law enforcement, we take a back seat sometimes to law enforcement when they're in the facility and doing an investigation, especially if there's a death involved or if there's, felony abuse, something like that. So we let them take the lead on that, but we do our investigations separate from them. And we do share information across law enforcement and across child care licensure. So if they have videotape, they'll share that information with us. Most of the time, the providers are very cooperative when it comes to sharing information about an event.
Are y'all tracking the number of cases that actually get prosecuted?
We currently do not track the number of cases that get prosecuted. We do not.
Is that something you could add to your system
We could, yeah, absolutely.
Because I think we would like to see of those reported, what actually does get prosecuted. That y'all file. And in some cases, there's a lack of evidence. We understand that as former prosecutors, but I think we would like to see what percentage actually does get prosecuted of the cases that you find there's a substantial valid reason for.
Yes, I understand that. Yeah. I think
Okay.
that'd be a great addition to our system.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I was looking at the map showing the location of childcare facilities. And as I look at it, there are, if I'm reading this right, 207 in Hines County, 97 in Harrison, and 69 in Lee. I think those are the top three. It reminds me of the ranking of both newspaper circulation in the old days and sales tax collections in the old days. Why are there, what explains the distribution of these facilities and why are there so many in Lee County?
I think it's just the population possibly and the need for that. We don't control how many are in a county, obviously, but I think it's just based on population and need for childcare facilities.
Well, Lee County is not quite that populous. I wonder how many of these facilities are connected with manufacturing concerns. I know that back home, there are at least some manufacturers who have daycare facilities, but I don't know if that is prevalent or unusual.
It's not something we've dug deep into. I would assume that the lower three probably have some casino related factors that play into the number of childcare facilities in that area, but that's not something that we've dug deep into to.
Well, at any rate, I was just looking at the numbers and it seemed to me there were several things going on and I don't know what they are. Could I ask a question about licensing of in-home facilities, small facilities?
Sure.
Does being paid to take care of the children trigger registration?
If they want to leverage those subsidy dollars that are available through DHS, they do have to be a registered in-home provider
No,
through DHS.
My question is, if I'm taking in children within my own family, I'm assuming that doesn't require registration. I mean, or licensing. I'm assuming there's some trigger there, and I was just trying to think what it was. And I was thinking if you were taking in people for children for compensation, even if it's private, that might be the trigger.
Right, it's the relation to the third degree. So you can keep family members in there, but there's a certain limit. So it's the third degree.
To what extent is the requirement that in order to get subsidies, you be registered? To what extent is that the real world enforcement mechanism?
So I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying. I mean,
if I open up a childcare facility and, you know, I've got 7 or 8 children there and there are people in the neighborhood that just pay me to take care of their children while they work. I'm guessing I'd fly under the radar screen a pretty good while. Again, I don't know how prevalent that is, but it seems to me that something could happen. And so I'm just wondering what is the trigger that requires any contact with y'all? And listening to what you had to say, I was guessing, well, it comes when you want to get a subsidy. But I'm just wondering if there are a lot of effectively private pay people that y'all don't know about.
I'm sure there probably are some that are under 5 that people enjoy telling on one another. So we usually hear about those. And unfortunately, we hear about those a lot of times when a child is injured.
Well, again, the telling on people is, you know, that works. I'm just curious about what is the mechanism out there that brings people to your attention? And then the only final question I have is, having dealt with regulation in a number of places, in a number of areas, and this even includes the peer committee. Frequently, there are people who have a lot of knowledge, which would be helpful to whoever it is that's delivering the service. And I wondered to what extent your relationship was one of where people were glad to get advice and suggestions about what to do. To what extent is it adversarial, or does it just vary?
I think, first of all, I'll say our child care providers have had to go through quite a bit over the past couple of years, obviously with the pandemic. And we tried our dead level best to give them as much information as possible throughout that pandemic to keep them up to date with the ever-changing guidance. But we also, I think with this technical assistance provision that we're going to be starting back up, I think that'll provide them with a lot more information, make them a lot more comfortable when we're coming into the facilities. You know, I tell my folks all the time, we're not the police, but we're there to help them maintain compliance. That's what we want. So I feel like our relationship with childcare providers is good. Can it be better? Obviously, yeah, they can always get better. But I do feel like they rely on their licensing officials a good bit to help guide them in the direction they need to go to provide a safe and healthy environment for the children that are in their care.
Well, this is way too granular, but I wonder to what extent somebody coming by, because the inspection's coming up in 2 months, and so I'm here before the inspection to try to tell you some things to do so you won't have trouble with the inspection. I just wonder what strategies there are, and if you have the staff to do it, to make some change on the ground and just get things, generally speaking, better on the ground. And
I mean, I really think that the technical assistance piece of it, if we can get that moving and going, is really going to be a game changer for them. And help them understand some of the things. You got to have new staff coming in all the time. You know, we talked about staff retention. It's hard for them to keep staff. And I think just working with our licensing officials to know what they can do if they find themselves in a staffing crunch, to pick up the phone and give us a call so that we can walk them through what they need to do, I think is going to be really helpful to them. I feel like our licensing officials right now do provide a great deal of technical assistance to them, but we could always provide more.
Senator Ryan, any other questions? Senator Hickman?
Just one, I think, quick question. My question is, given that we're here and the posture where we are, there could be, and I think we're all here because of this cloud of there could be an influx of children in Mississippi, whether that's, you know, whatever that is. But my question is, what can we do from a policy standpoint or a legislative standpoint that will assist our state in having adequate, safe, and I guess a sufficient number of childcare providers throughout the state? Is there anything comprehensive, or is there any guidance that you can give us in order to help us to be able to do this? Because one of the things we've been hearing, and we heard it from the last speaker, is that there are a lot of people who need to send their children somewhere and they just aren't able to, whether they aren't able to afford it or whether they're just not seats. And so my question is, what can we do to assist with that problem?
Well, I think, you know, as far as the funding goes, that's not a lane that, you know, that we're in as far as, you know, subsidy provision, that type of thing. You know, I think our regulatory space right now is pretty strong. And I think we've got some really good regulations that provide that healthy and safety environment for children. I would love to see additional childcare facilities, especially in these areas that we've identified. And I would like to see faster processes to get them licensed. Right now, there's a lot of barriers possibly that they go through when they're trying to get licensed, not necessarily just filling out the licensing application and turning it into us, but there's zoning, there's, building, there's a whole lot of barriers that they face trying to get a licensed childcare facility up and running. So smaller towns, especially smaller counties, sometimes their zoning boards don't meet but once a month. So if you don't meet that time period, you're stuck for another month waiting on, a zoning ordinance to be approved for your particular facility. So that's another month that parents don't have childcare, for their children. So I would love to see that process increase. I think our average turnaround time for licensing, I think the fastest we've ever done is a couple of weeks, but general average turnaround time is about 3 to 4 months. And that's because of all the barriers that they face, just trying to making sure that they get, their building inspected, that they have a, zoning permit. There's a lot of barriers that they face.
Senator Turner.
On that note, could you or your staff email me or even the committee those barriers, a list of those barriers?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
You confirm what I've heard about the 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
Also, do you have jurisdiction over what I call residential homes for like teenagers or placement of teenagers, so to speak?
So we do have residential childcare homes, like Palmer Home for Children up in North Mississippi. And we do have, I think there's around 14 of those in the state that we do regulate.
And we can talk about it offline, but I've heard there's a lot of problems in that area.
I would love to talk to you about that.
You would, but so you confirm that there's a lot of problems in that area. And you don't, and probably from people trying to subvert the regulation process. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's happening in those places is abuse of these children. Am I correct?
In some cases, yes.
And it's not pretty.
Never. Abuse is never.
You have solutions that we could address with that?
We do.
Okay, we'll talk about that,
Sure.
please.
Absolutely.
And then when Mr. Anderson was here, he mentioned something about their agency charges y'all to do $1 million to do something. What is that?
So we get an line item appropriation, from DHS every year for $1 million. And then we also, through an MOA, depending on the amount of work that we do, we submit a budget to them to request for additional dollars. This year, we requested an additional $1.3 million to get the work done.
I thought we on the appropriations addressed that a few years ago, that wasn't to be done.
I'm not sure.
Okay. And then, so is there cross training between y'all and the department and Human Services?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We work together very well. We do share a lot of information back and forth with one another.
Okay, but to my question to them was, one of these barriers that I think you're going to email me is somebody who's setting up a facility has to deal with 3, if not 4 agencies in the state of Mississippi, correct?
Correct.
So y'all deal with, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're dealing with the facility, so to speak, but you don't have jurisdiction over the teaching credentials of that person in that facility. Am I right?
So we do look at the director requirements. So yes, we do. That's in our regulation, and we do look at those to make sure that they meet those standards.
But they still have to deal with 3 or 4 agencies to do that.
That's true. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You mentioned the inspections.
Yes, ma'am.
The inspections, are they random?
Pardon?
The inspections of facilities, are they random?
Well, we go in and do a recertification inspection, and then we do a mid-year. They're unannounced, so we don't let the facilities know that we're coming.
And so in your inspection process, you review the files for licensure.
Yes, ma'am.
What occurs if you walk through, if you conduct an inspection and I guess the observation of staff members exceeds or does not meet the criteria for the number of children that are in the facility?
So there's a couple of ways we can look at that. If they have additional staff elsewhere that they could relieve, a lot of times they don't. But if they don't have adequate staff, we will ask them to have the parents come and get the children. Or if they have volunteers on board, some actually have volunteers that come in from time to time. They can call volunteers to come in.
And so so what is the effect on the license if you identify this discrepancy?
So we would cite a violation possibly for child to staff ratio not being adequate, and depending on compliance history and how many children were out of child to staff ratio, they could receive a penalty, a monetary penalty for that.
And I guess with us having come through a pandemic, were there any relaxed standards with individuals being ill, staff being out of the facility?
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of. We did not relax those standards just because we were concerned about the safety and health of the children, so.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Well, thank you. I got a little bit confused a while ago when you were talking about the number 5.
Yes, sir.
So if you got a lady that's got 4 children, she can still keep 5 more
If she has 4 children of her own?
of her own?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
As I was listening on the Zoom, y'all were talking about doing the background checks for employees for childcare. And maybe just a comment and something that the legislature needs to maybe look at again, because we've already addressed this in statute, but people still are not complying. It was recently in the news, I think last week, that all our law enforcement agencies are not reporting into the National Incident-Based Reporting System. So when we do a background check, we don't necessarily know if that's accurate, because there may not be some of the crimes and things that people have committed showing up where we're doing that background check. So that's a concern of mine, to make sure that we get these law enforcement agencies across the state. I mean, I know we can't control people that have been out of state, but at least we could get ours to where they're reporting into that one system. And also we have a lot of people, if you look at records of people that they're charged with crimes, but then there's no disposition ever entered on the record as well. And Senator Wiggins is shaking his head. And that is something that I think that first and foremost, this legislature needs to address, so that we're more certain that somebody is going to go work in a child care facility that, that they have not, assaulted grandma in one county and maybe, set a dog or a cat on fire in another county. And because they're not reporting into NIBRS, we don't know this. So that's just a point I wanted to bring up.
Excellent point.
And I can add to that too, just a little bit as well. Our child care determinations for suitability are done by our attorney at the health department. That's not done by the facility. So we do run that through our legal team. They do make those determinations and do ask for additional information if they have to make a decision as to whether or not someone's suitable for employment in a child care facility.
I'm going to ask a question. Do they still take quite a bit of time like they used to? Is that one of the reasons for delay in licensure probably as well?
Background checks?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Because the only thing that delays us is the United States Postal Service right now. So what we want to do, what the goal is to have live scan machines, really at all 82 of our county health departments. It's what our goal would be. And we would like to work with DHS for some of their resource and referral centers. We're currently trying to work with Southern Mississippi right now to put one, University of Southern Mississippi, to put one on their campus as well, so that people can have access to those live scan prints. Those prints are transmitted immediately into the system with a 24, 48-hour turnaround.
Terrific. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank y'all very much. We appreciate y'all coming.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Accelerate Mississippi, Ron Miller.
Ready to begin? Well, thank you very much, senators, for allowing me to be a part of this conversation. And let me say that Accelerate Mississippi, the Office of Workforce Development, recognizes the important element that childcare is to the holistic approach to workforce in the state of Mississippi. And we are honored to be a part of the conversation and the dialogue. And I'm grateful for my colleagues that have testified before. And I know that we'll be coming this afternoon to provide some more context to the issue. And so thank you for your inclusion of us. I thought it might be helpful to start off with always focusing our conversation. Certainly what we try to do at Accelerate is focus everything we do through the lens of our vision and our mission. So as a point of reminder, certainly for our team, but also just for those present here, is to show you what we envision as an ideal condition for the state of Mississippi, an environment where Mississippians have access to pathways that lead to high trajectory careers, that put them on high trajectory paths to better wages, better salaries, and also that our industries have the people that they need with the skills that they need. And our mission statement, as you can see there, is what we try to attack every single day. We try to, live out that mission with great energy, enthusiasm every day to get us closer moving to that ideal condition. We believe in the continuous improvement model, which says we're never done improving upon things. And perhaps some of the information I bring today, and in collaboration with some of our colleagues that have already testified and will testify this afternoon, there's no doubt that we want to continually push that needle in the right direction. So I began in this role April 12th of 2021. So not this past April, but the previous. And so in the 18 months that I have been in this role, I have circumnavigated the state, all 82 counties, and my team and staff have done the same multiple times. And in each stop that we've made, it has been my intent to better understand the needs of those communities based upon training. We want to look at the industry sectors that have great opportunities, that have need, especially those sectors that have jobs that pay above the state average, and trying to encourage people to pursue those paths. And come up with strategies to assist in that. But what was interesting to me is in every stop that we made, we were encountered from talking with our economic development partners, industry partners, educators at all levels, community leaders, what we call domino factors. Those things that would prove to be impediments or obstacles in getting people into those pathways and helping them get to those high trajectory careers. I would like to share just a couple with you that I've heard multiple times in multiple locations. One was lack of affordable housing. This particular company and community, they said, we have great training partners, we have great educational partners. We don't have enough housing for our workers that they can afford to live nearby and work here. So they are forced to make the decision, do I forego this employment opportunity and look for work elsewhere? Or do I make a long distance drive round trip every day to take advantage of this? Now, I'm not here to tell you that Accelerate Mississippi needs to be involved in real estate, but it is a domino factor. It is something that impedes people in gaining access to these pathways. Another was drug abuse. I heard from other communities, can you help us solve the issue with drugs? Well, that's not part of our purview. It's not part of our mission, But we recognize that that is a problem that industry is facing, and getting people to come to work who are clean and can engage in the activities that they're called to do. It's an impediment, it's an obstacle. Transportation, we hear this all the time, that we don't have opportunities for people to gain access to training or education or to the job site in certain parts of the state of Mississippi because they lack transportation. And again, our job at Accelerate Mississippi is not necessarily to provide or devise a strategy to get people transportation. It's to be aware of these obstacles and understand how we can work with our partner agencies and organizations and relying on their resources to help alleviate or remove those obstacles in the pathways that we're creating with our educational partners and helping people gain access. So the number one topic that continually comes up is that of childcare, or the lack of available childcare. In fact, here recently, we deployed our ecosystem coordinators, which I'll speak of more specifically in a few moments. And over the course of the last several months that they've been in those positions, we've asked them to detail, working with their industry sectors and those geographic regions, and inventory, what are your number one problems in gaining access to workforce? And the number one that continually comes back is childcare. So I, relying on the statistics and data that Bob certainly brought this morning, our colleagues in Department of Health, it is a real issue. And anecdotally, industry has been saying this for a number of years. And only in the 18 months that we've been in existence, it has been the number one challenge that has been articulated amongst our industry partners. Things that we have heard time and time again is that there's a misalignment in hours. I think Mr. Anderson mentioned that earlier this morning, that much of the training opportunities that exist within community colleges or in private industry exist within the normal operational hours of 8 to 5. And if a single mother, one who has a job and perhaps wants a better job, they're not able to quit that job to take advantage of those training opportunities during those 8 to 5 hours, and subsequently would rather be able to take advantage of those training opportunities in after-hour formats. I think, as you'll hear from Kel Smith this afternoon, community colleges are all too happy to help in providing some solutions to that, but we have to think through strategically, how do we deploy resources effectively to help make those opportunities available to single mothers? Insufficient capacity in those areas where there are childcare facilities, many of them are at their limits. Many of them are at their full capacity, and so there isn't an opportunity for a single mother to take advantage of those. Or in the extreme cases that we've seen, driving even through parts of the Mississippi Delta, some of our more rural communities, there's a complete lack of childcare, as you heard earlier, what they refer to as those childcare deserts. What has been communicated to us from our partners is that the legislature might consider reviewing some of the policies associated with single mothers gaining access to resources through MDHS and MDES. One that has been brought to our attention multiple times is the issue of paternity and gaining access, requiring single mothers to identify fathers to gain access to those resources. We are at Accelerate, we're always trying to find ways to help remove barriers and obstacles. And while I recognize it is absolutely necessary to ensure the prevention of fraud and taking advantage of systems, if there's a way to review those types of regulations, perhaps there's continuous improvement that could be done that would allow the percentage of those single mothers who truly want to have access to training and educational programs, to have access to those work opportunities, who are not trying to bilk the system or not trying to cheat their way through, but for whatever reason do not feel safe to identify the paternity of their child. It is something worth considering, as we are hearing that from multiple partners. And though we are not experts in that field, I just would humbly request that this group might take a closer look at things like that. Included in that would also be the 90-day timeline to access childcare funds with some of the programs that are available. It takes, I know that there's a lot of steps that have to be taken, but if there's a way to speed or expedite that, a lot of times these training opportunities or educational opportunities come about very quickly. And so being able to help mothers access resources sooner would help ensure their likelihood of being able to participate in those opportunities faster. Oops, sorry, quick on the button there. One of the things I always try to do in talking about our mission as an organization, we may have frozen up here momentarily, is to talk about the overarching efforts that we have as an organization and how those might directly impact the subject matter of what we're talking about today. The clicker froze up on me. So what you probably are looking at are the main page of our overarching efforts. The next one goes directly to improved analysis. We are always trying to take a closer look at the data and even have reports that are underway right now or studies that are underway right now to better understand the current condition of the labor force in the state of Mississippi. That would include looking at labor force participation rate, better understanding what unemployment numbers actually mean in the different areas of the state of Mississippi, working with SLDS, working with Burning Glass and IMSI, to find out that information that helps us better develop strategy to help single mothers access things like childcare and get them into the workforce stream. We're always looking for putting fresh eyes on the existing programs that currently exist. We work with our 15 community colleges. We work with IHL research institutions. We work with private industry as well as nonprofit organizations that have training opportunities to try to ask the question, is this meeting the goal and the demand, or is there a way that we can improve this? And obviously, I think I saw a study, the American Community Survey between 2015 and 2019 said that there were roughly 350,000 single mothers in the state of Mississippi. I am sure that that number is higher now, and I would imagine that a significant percentage of those single mothers would appreciate the opportunity to invest themselves and their time into these pathways. We want to ask the hard questions. Are the existing programs that we have meeting their needs and are available to them? Just as a point of, just to reiterate, Accelerate Mississippi is in the business of creating pathways with our educational partners and galvanizing those pathways and helping to identify obstacles that our partners are better equipped to address. I don't know if I have broken the clicker. Perfect. Yes, sir. I'll give you the cue. I appreciate that. Speaking of better pathways, I think it's important to bring up that over the course of these 18 months, we have attempted to reevaluate, overhaul, and redeploy our Workforce Enhancement Training Fund program, or WET funds. We partner with our community colleges to see to it that roughly 20 some odd million dollars is allocated to specific sectors in the state of Mississippi. So industry sectors that have a high need and also have opportunities for employment that pay above the state average, focusing on those sectors first and having community colleges either create new programs or enhance, grow, and galvanize the existing programs that they have to make those pathways available. We give priority to programs that have buy-in from their industry partners and certainly have great successes already in those collaborations with industry. So there is no question that our review, even of WET funds, everything that we do is done with the idea of how do we continuously improve this so that more Mississippians can gain access to these pathways, obviously including single mothers. Some of the topical areas that we've had program enhancement and growth over these 18 months have been in the areas of energy, advanced manufacturing, healthcare, transportation, distribution, and logistics, to name a few. If you could with the slide there, thank you very much. So as we've looked at how we create these better pathways, we also wanted to get ourselves better organized geographically. This is where our coordinators come into play. I mentioned that we have teammates now that are now boots on the ground in what we call our ecosystem structure. There are 8 ecosystems in the state of Mississippi as best we can tell. I grew up in ecosystem 8, but went to college in ecosystem 2, better understanding that there are common denominators that run throughout all of these regions. And yet there are also some unique challenges, specific challenges to each ecosystem, and being able to devise strategy that would help meet those specific needs as well as the common denominators. We now have 10 ecosystem coordinators that live in these ecosystems to help us be boots on the ground, to hear from industry, to hear from their community leaders, to work with the community to identify those obstacles and again, better pathways to help address the needs of those communities. We also have just deployed career coaches. Now, I think this could have some significant impact in the category of single mothers. Career coaches are now within 50% of our school districts in the state of Mississippi, and it's our hope, using additional funding, that we could actually grow the reach of our career coaches. But these are men and women who are serving in our high schools, who are helping students develop career paths that may not have had access to anyone helping them do that in the past. And this can do two things as it relates to single mothers. One, it can identify young women in high school that they themselves find themselves as a single mother in a situation where they need help navigating where they can go to receive assistance. Also, what job opportunities and training and educational opportunities exist. A career coach can also identify those men and women who might want to serve in that industry. We were looking at through IMSI and Burning Glass that, as of this past year, through about 5 different categories that lend themselves to childcare and childcare programming, that we had roughly 600 completers, whether it be a certification or a degree, in about 4 or 5 different academic areas that lend themselves to childcare. And yet there is a demand for 1,000 positions that are available now in that industry. So how do we, through our career coach model, how do we help young people that have a heart for service and have a desire to serve in that industry, encourage them and connect them with our community colleges and our IHL institutions that have childcare or early childhood education programs to help them grow the capacity. As I heard this morning from Bob, there's not an issue is that there is a high demand, a high need for childcare, but we're still needing to grow in the availability and supply of childcare. Next slide, please. I thought this would be very specific interest to you all this morning. You were gracious enough to give us responsibility of some of the ARPA funding as well. I think $32 million that we have allocated toward healthcare, logistics and supply chain, emerging technologies, but also a category that we refer to as targeted supports or wraparound services. And you'll see that of that, over $10 million has been provided to short-term supports in specific populations, which includes single mothers. And in fact, the 3 partners that we have there that received 1.7 million of that $10 million was the Delta Health Alliance, which aims to engage in 325 unemployed and underemployed households with one-on-one career coaching, wraparound support services, which includes childcare. Midtown Partners here in Jackson is receiving funding to help with underemployed individuals to get 75 individuals credentialed for jobs in the childcare industry, and grant funds will support childcare transportation and training costs. Also, the Mississippi Low Income Childcare Initiative from the Gulf Coast will use funds to help individuals navigate the benefits portal, application assistance, career coaching, and referrals to available training opportunities. Certainly a huge portion of that will be in helping single mothers navigate that landscape. If you could. Go back one more if you don't mind. There we go. Now, I know I've been asked in the past months about any models that we've seen in our short time here in existence as an office that seem to be working. And so I promised Senator Boyd and others that I would try to take a look at what is happening globally, nationally, and even within the state. I have personally been involved in conversations as we are used as a tool of economic development from time to time. We don't engage in direct economic development, but we are an office that now is of interest to economic developers, site selectors, and potential industry partners that are looking at Mississippi as a destination for a new plant or facility. I have been able to tour internationally a manufacturing facility of a major icon in manufacturing that recognized years ago that childcare was one of their biggest hindrances as well, or the lack thereof. The most compelling experience of the tour of that facility was not the manufacturing lines, which I have seen time and time again. It wasn't the high-tech innovation that they had in their factory, which I've seen companies engage in. It was that their training facility, this is the office in which they bring in potential employees, not even full-fledged employees yet, that have a training facility, and underneath it is a kindergarten and childcare center. And they recognized, as I asked them, I said, please tell me about this. They said, this is a necessity. It is a part of our corporate culture. And it is something that we were willing to invest in, knowing that these men and women are coming in, hopefully gaining access to a career path here. It was important for us to tell them and show them that we want to support them throughout the entire life cycle of their family, being a part of that new corporate family. I have seen here nationally I have seen companies like Publix, the grocery store, the corporate office provides on-site childcare through a partnership with KinderCare. You may recognize that childcare purveyor. They have a kind of a red roof on their facilities, and it's a national chain of childcare providers. And I can't speak to the quality, but I do know this is an example of private industry recognizing the need, using its own resources to develop partnerships where they have provided a service. Citigroup, Bank of America, both offer childcare within their facilities or close by. And even Amazon, as it's growing its footprint in multiple locations, are considering on-site childcare facilities. And in some cases, at the very least, providing funds to families to access childcare for either reimbursements or scholarship programs to help defray the cost of childcare. My point in saying this is we think that there's an opportunity to grow a public-private partnership, some cooperatives. Senator Wiggins, I know that you championed some legislation some time ago that has some great impact on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. I think we need to look at examples of that throughout the state of Mississippi, looking at different ecosystems or how industry partners and those communities can create, whether it's a matching dollar grant system, scholarship program to make available childcare. It is a real issue. We're hearing about it. And we create pathways. These are ways in which I think we can all work to eliminate those obstacles that tend to prevent single mothers from gaining access. And so I wanted to try to keep it short and make available any questions or concerns that you have. Certainly we'll yield at this time for those.
Just to kind of reiterate what you said, first of all, the committee, I'd like the committee to know too, we are working with the Manufacturing Association here. They are surveying some of their industry to see particular needs and where it's been, where they've had some childcare programs effective, and they'll be getting back with us a report kind of on that. The other thing too, I'd bring to the attention, this is an issue nationwide. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, this is their main issue that they're really working on right now. You can look on their website and see what they're doing on that. I appreciate you bringing up the paternity issue. That is something I meant to bring up with DHS. That has consistently come up as I've been across the state, that you're ineligible for the child care tax credit if you don't identify the father. And I think you brought up some really important points. And somebody that will testify later today, we were in a meeting the other day, and there is I think as you said, no judgment, there's some actual fear, and there's some real social reasons for, probably protection reasons that sometimes these women do not want to identify that individual. So given that factor with that, I appreciate you recommending that that's something that we need to really focus on, getting people to be able to get that help, to get them back to work, and that might be more of the priority in that. One of the things too, as y'all are looking at doing this, that I think is really important to remember, going back to the statement that Senator Hickman made of why we're here. We're looking at, a post-Roe era. And one of the things that we know is that when we look at terminations, our highest termination rates are among 19 to 24-year-olds. Those are large part very educated women that are in college and are looking at, they're in some type of post-secondary or some post-secondary job training. We've got to make sure, as y'all have your hubs that, and your incubators that are working across the state, making sure that we work with our community colleges and universities to kind of address that issue that we may be having with that population. Because we've had testimony before this committee that substantially pointed out that when we disrupt a woman's education, that has a huge economic impact for the state. So I would ask that y'all kind of start really looking at that and kind of placing that in your plans to look particularly at that population and with those universities and colleges.
Duly noted, and those conversations have already begun. And I know that Dr. Kathy Grace has some information statistics that actually directly refers to what you're addressing. I think some reports of 41% of parents, I think, that were pulled at some point, postpone their school or training because of lack of childcare services. So I can only surmise that with the changing environment in which we find ourselves in, that need or that number could increase if we don't take some positive steps to making it available. So duly noted, and those conversations will continue.
Thank you. Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Chairman Boyd. And thank you guys for all the great work that you guys are doing with Accelerate Mississippi. I just have a couple of questions. First is that I see that you partner, I think you said, with 3 organizations that offer wraparound services. My question would be, it appears that those wraparound services serve, as the phrase you've coined in the map that you presented, maybe 3 to 4 of our state's ecosystems. What are you guys doing to provide or to partner with organizations that provide wraparound services across the state? And what could communities who are not being served through these partnerships do in order to be included in these wraparound services that you support?
No, it is a great observation. You're right. It is it's a drop in the pail, so to speak, in terms of what needs to be done. I can tell you that really one of our roles, as I see it, and I think that we are created, is to be the great connector. One of the things that we heard from DHS and certainly from Department of Health is there is at times a lack of communication or a clarity that exists, that people get lost in the shuffle if I don't know who I need to talk to, where I need to apply, which portal do I access. One of the recommendations that we are going to be continuing to move forward is working with our sister groups to see it, that there may be some technology that would allow us to maybe simplify that process, and where our coordinators can actively communicate with the community, say who is in need of these resources, who are in need of these services, and help get them pointed in the right direction. I would say that any additional requests that we have, certainly we were grateful for the funding we received from you all where ARPA was concerned. If given more opportunities to manage and be responsible for funds like ARPA, we would try to see more of these wraparound services, along with some of the training pathways that we've created, kind of grow throughout the state. So it's a 2-point answer, is helping to be the communicator and helping connect those dots, perhaps be a squeaky wheel, if you will, as it relates to trying to create a much more easy navigable hub, if you will, for resources where both users and providers can easily navigate that. And then any additional funding that we have that we can deploy throughout the remainder of our ecosystems, we certainly will do that.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, I think the idea of partnering with these and creating partnerships with organizations that provide wraparound services is absolutely necessary, because we talked here today about how difficult it is to navigate some of our systems for individuals. And some people just need for all of these things to be in one place. So that's great. My only thing is that, you know, how do we get these across the state? My next question is I'm going to piggyback off something that Senator Boyd has said. She talked about the compliance with paternity, and for many of these services, it's not just the compliance with paternity. You have to fully comply with DHS as it relates to the entire child support spectrum of things. I think that some individuals and the state in general has been so fed into this idea that poor people are committing fraud, that we are over policing poor people. And then we understand that it's the larger system that really is defrauded. Many times when you look into the core people who are receiving benefit, when we spend money to investigate those things, there's very little fraud on those areas. And so I guess my question would be, I like the statement that you said, and you're one of the first speakers. I've talked offline, and I've talked about this generally. Just this is something that bothers me, is that paternity compliance and that complete compliance. You make the statement in the slide before this, in the last statement, the last slide, that we need to eliminate policies that are unnecessary to inhibit access to government programs for low-income families in the need of childcare, while continuing to use common sense controls to prevent fraud. I don't know if you can provide us a list later if you want to talk about it now, but outside of that paternity, which is one that I'm well aware of and that plagues me every time we come into one of these hearings, what are some other things that we can eliminate as it relates to being inhibitors for people receiving childcare?
Well, certainly, Senator, and I appreciate your comments. I will say that I will defer to many of my colleagues who have much more of a specific acumen in the granular level of the process involved in accessing these funds. I can only speak from our philosophical approach. We serve two customers in the state of Mississippi. The people of Mississippi who we want to try to provide pathways to improve the trajectory of their careers, put them in households where they have better financial stability, where they can cut through that cycle of poverty and provide a healthier environment and also a much more fulfilling career. And we serve industry of Mississippi that is desperate for people, and they need people with specific skills that are willing to roll up their sleeves. I've seen industry already put skin in the game to try to make that connection easier. So we serve those two customers. And if there's a way that we can look at anything that we do as a state and make continuous improvement, how can we do this? We're never done improving the steps or the policies or the procedures that we have in place. There's always a way that we can improve those. And from our estimation, it's identifying those obstacles that are not needed. Now, hear me plainly say, I think we absolutely have to ensure that it is that we are preventing fraud and preventing individuals from taking advantage of those funds. And I certainly think there are some common sense steps that I'd be certainly willing to discuss and talk about it at longer length at later times to come up with some creative solutions there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I look forward to having some of those conversations with you. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to begin back. If we are going to hear next from the, we're going to hear from Kel Smith, the Executive Director of the Mississippi Community College Board. Thank y'all. We're going to start back. And committee members, if y'all will make sure that you turn in your vouchers to Shelby. And Kel, if you want to go ahead.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you all for allowing me to come and take a few minutes to be a part of this very important conversation. I'm Kel Smith, the interim executive director at the Mississippi Community College Board, and it's a privilege, like I said, to be a part of the conversation today. At the Community College Board, we're the state coordinating agency for the 15 public community colleges. Our mission is to advance the community college system through coordination, support, leadership, and advocacy. So today's presentation will cover three things. The Early Childhood Technology Program of Study offered at several of the community colleges, the My Best program offered at all 15 colleges, and then other programs or partnerships for single mothers. In my opinion, the community colleges have two roles in this very important topic. One is to train the workforce for these childcare facilities and also these pre-K programs. And then secondly, our second important role is to provide resources for single mothers and other at-risk students as they navigate post-secondary education, potentially for the first time. So the Early Childhood Technology Program of Study is one of many career tech programs that we offer in the community college system. Career and technical education are those shorter term 4-credit workforce training programs that allow students to quickly enter the workforce. The Early Childhood Technology Program, it prepares students for professional career in early childhood education, and it can lead to one of three things: an Associate of Applied Arts degree, a Child Development Assistant Infant and Toddler Certificate of Proficiency, and then the third certificate is a Child Development Assistant Preschool Certificate of Proficiency. And so during this program, students will develop competencies that will allow them to provide service, teach, and guide young children in various childhood professions. Courses within this program include early childhood profession, preschool and primary development, and child health, safety, and nutrition. It's important to note that, like all other career tech programs, this one in particular has multiple exit points. What that means is that students accumulate credit hours, they're able to earn certificates and can go all the way up to an associate degree. One other point I would like to make about this program is I'm aware of one articulation agreement between a community college and a university that allows the students to transfer and earn a Bachelor of Applied Science for those that are looking to expand their education beyond an associate degree. So within the Education Childhood Technology Program of Study, 12 of the 15 colleges currently offer the program. In fall 2021, there were 669 students enrolled in this program across the state. In my opinion, this program is one of the more critical programs that we offer. It's a big part of the workforce puzzle. As y'all are aware, if quality childcare is not available for single mothers, single fathers, parents in general, it's oftentimes difficult, if not impossible, to find workforce. I know Ryan Miller was here earlier talking about this issue from their perspective, and we always look forward to partnering with him on these issues. So one of the programs now, transitioning into the programs and services that we offer to single mothers and other at-risk students is the My Best program, or the Mississippi Integrated Basic Skills and Training Program. This is a program that began in 2015. and it's in all 15 community colleges. Our agency is the state's adult education office. And as y'all are aware, there's 330,000 Mississippians without a high school diploma. Several years ago, we were trying to figure out a way to help better those numbers, help provide students with access to post-secondary opportunities. And so we were able, with funding from the Kellogg Foundation, to implement the My Best program. And in front of you is a white folder that's got information on the program. What this program does is it takes high school dropouts and simultaneously enrolls them in high school equivalency programs and allows them to enter career tech pathways. Prior to the My Best program, you had to earn your high school equivalency and then enroll in post-secondary career opportunities. So this program has been incredibly successful. And part of that is because of the wraparound services that are included. You know, at the community colleges and universities as well, we often say that our students are one flat tire away from dropping out. And what we mean by that, if they're sometimes just looking for a reason to drop out, flat tire may not allow them to come to school, so they just drop out and stop showing up. So the My Best program provides critical wraparound services that include transportation assistance, gas cards for students, child care vouchers at licensed facilities, campus meal plans and vouchers, student supplies, funding for certification and testing, and then also tuition assistance. So the results of this program are students have a bridge to take them into post-secondary opportunities for single mothers, other at-risk students who are looking to have the skills and training and educational opportunities to put them in a position to be successful. So from 2015 to 2021, approximately 2,300 folks have enrolled in the program. Of that, 904 have earned a high school equivalency. 1,300 have earned at least 6 career tech college credits, and 1,500 have earned at least 1 occupational credential. And so we are extremely proud of this program. Each of the 15 colleges has it. It is moving the needle, in our opinion, as far as an at-risk population of students who need as much help and support as they can get. One thing I failed to mention as part of the My Best program, navigators are included. And what that is those are counselors that are able to focus on students and make sure that if they've missed a class, are you okay? Is there something you need that we can help you with? They're able to get oftentimes one-on-one attention. So we're extremely proud of the My Best program. So other programs and partnerships for single mothers that we have at the community colleges, and please keep in mind, this is not a complete list, an exhaustive list. We have so many programs and partnerships that we are able to provide. But 2 that I want to particularly mention at the community colleges, Hines Community College has a single stop program where students are able to sit down with folks on the Hines campus, explore their benefit, have benefit screening to see if they're eligible for any government assistance. They're eligible for discounted transportation, see if they have access to appropriate medical resources, health insurance assistance, legal resources, kind of just those wraparound services again. That's one thing that Hines does. Another program that's offered at Meridian Community College is called Connect to MCC. And this is a program that targets specifically single mothers. It's funded through a grant from the Women's Foundation. Each recipient receives a laptop computer while they're in school. They meet with staff support. They're given projects outside of the normal academic curriculum, more soft skill stuff, budgeting, health, life, work, balancing, that kind of thing. They meet monthly with support services, like I said. They have access to student support programs. That includes toiletries, food pantries, that kind of thing. At the end of the semester, if they've earned at least a 2.5 out of 12 hours, they're able to keep the laptop and they can earn $500. So that program is a very good program for single parents, single mothers in particular, that's offered at Meridian Community College. Outside of that grant at Meridian, they're able to use emergency funds to help pay for rental costs, utilities. They've even paid for a hotel for a single mother whose apartment burned down. And so you'll see a lot of that at the community colleges using foundation dollars and other funds to help provide resources to single parents and others. Another program that is very beneficial to this particular population of students is Complete to Compete. This is a joint collaboration between the community colleges and IHL. It takes students who have formerly attended post-secondary, for whatever reason, did not earn their bachelor or associate degree, and works with them, providing financial resources if that's the issue holding them back, or if they've moved on from a community college to a university, it looks at the transcript to see if they've earned enough hours for an associate degree. So that's another tool in our toolbox as far as helping folks earn post-secondary degrees. Several of our community colleges have partnerships with Second Chance Mississippi, a nonprofit organization. They provide vouchers for licensed childcare facilities and also tuition assistance. And then several have childcare facilities on campus for students and employees to take advantage of. And maybe the most important thing that we offer as far as courses goes is flexible course offering. We take students, wherever they are. We realize we have many non-traditional students, and they may be working, they may be parents. And so they may not be able to take courses in the traditional method of an 8 to 9 o'clock lecture on Monday morning. One thing that we have done very well is utilize the Mississippi Virtual Community College. That's our online learning delivery system. It allows students the opportunity to take classes and earn credit, obviously, towards their associate degree. They receive the same support as if they were in a brick and mortar class. But we recognize the need for flexible course offerings because life does get in the way oftentimes for our students. So let me wrap up by just making a couple of comments, if that's okay. The community colleges, we are open enrollment institutions. And so we take anybody, regardless of their educational background, and put them in a position to be successful. And that includes single mothers and other at-risk students. The majority of our students are female. In fall of 2021, 62% of our headcount enrollment were female students. And so we recognize the need to provide students the resources that they are needed to be successful, both from the workforce standpoint of providing the employees at the childcare facilities all the way to extra help, wraparound services in the educational side. So, Madam Chairman, that concludes my comments. Happy to answer any questions the committee may have. I asked that question this morning in the president's meeting, and there were 2 or 3 that did not. I can get you a firm number as to how many have childcare facilities on campus. Right. Yeah. And so, yes, several of the presidents I talked to do, their childcare facilities are open to community folks as well, in addition to students and employees. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. As far as the cost goes, I can tell you that's a high cost program because of the navigators. Our regular students don't have the navigator. So typically my best is a higher cost program to operate simply because of the navigators. Yeah. Sure, absolutely.
Just a couple of questions. They kind of surround the same thing, the My Best program. I think the metrics and the data that you provided show that this is a good program. Just a couple of questions. One, is this one of those programs that's enrollment capped, or is it unlimited, the students that can enroll in it? And then my next question would be around marketing. How are we marketing these programs? Well, this program in particular, or how do community colleges marketing this program in particular to the communities in which they serve?
Sure. So to answer the first question about capping the program, I'll have to get back with you on that. I mean, we obviously need to keep a low student teacher ratio in order to get those folks in position, because they are high school dropouts and they need, sometimes extra resources and extra help. And so I can get you a firm answer on that. As far as marketing, we leave that up to the colleges for the most part. We do have this Skill Up as our adult education branding, if you will. We try to hit the ground with the civic clubs at our office, the Rotary clubs, and get the word out that way. And then obviously depends a lot on the colleges themselves, because they're the ones in the community. And I think that funding is provided, Dr. Devon, for marketing for each adult education program. So they do have a little bit of a budget for marketing.
Sorry, just one other question. I think it was the Complete to Compete. That's just the one that's in Meridian.
No, Complete to Compete is statewide. Meridian is Meridian to MCC. That's our Connect to MCC. I'm sorry. That's their specific program.
Okay, and I was wondering, with that, is that a program that is, I guess, specifically tailored for that demographic in that community, or is that something that we could possibly expand across to the rest of our institutions as well?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that Meridian has done a good job of working on that program. It is funded through the Women's Foundation. And so Meridian has laid the groundwork, if you will, for the program. And if there are resources available, definitely something we could look at pushing out across the state. Thank y'all for your time.
Afternoon, everybody. I have a tough spot after lunch, so hopefully I'll be able to keep everybody awake and attentive. We have on the tables a report that was done back in May 2020 that showed the impact at that time that COVID had on the child care facilities. And so there are copies there, and if there's not enough, I can get another one. And then we have some more information at the back that the Mississippi Early Learning Alliance has put together, and it's at the back on the table back there. I'd like to thank Senator Boyd and the committee for inviting me to come. I have to say, the first time I was in this particular building talking about children was 40 years ago. And that was when we were talking about trying to get legislation passed for public kindergarten. So I'm now sort of a historian around some of the things that you all brought up today and reasons why and who did what when. But what I'm going to do today is to try to come to you with some sensible and hopefully optimistic solutions. We've heard a lot of the stuff that's going on that seems to be unaddressed. But what I'd like to say before I do anything else is to thank all of the early care and education providers, the child care directors, the child care center staff, the bus drivers, the cooks, anybody that's had to do with the early care and education population in this state, particularly over the last 4 years. They were on the lines, just like the EMTs and the nurses, and they were compensated if they applied for funds from the Department of Human Services. But I know of several instances where some of these ladies lost their lives due to COVID and had family members. And this is more than just a job for many, many, many of these people. And I don't know that it's fully appreciated until I give you some of our licensing regulations. And this is just a fact. It's not a criticism, but it's a fact. In Mississippi, you can have 5 infants with 1 provider. Now you think about it, if you were in a room all day long with 5 babies and 1 person, feeding, changing, playing, sleeping, 5 babies with 1 person. And as the ages go up, so does the ratio, as far as you can have 12 with 1. And so, in other words, this is a hard job. It is a physical job, because if you do it correctly, you're on the floor, you're up, you're down again, you're up again. So I want to call that to your attention when we talk about workforce development and what it takes to adequately provide a quality early care and education experience. One of the things that I used to tell people was make sure you get good shoes, because you're going to be on your feet a whole lot, and wear pants because you're going to be up and down a whole lot. Now, in listening to the hearings a couple of weeks ago, I was taken by the figure that was used by the director of the health department, that we can now expect 5,000 to 7,500 new babies a year born in our state. I can also think about what Dr. Allgood said today, that in a few years, we may have 12,000 children on the waiting list when the funds run out that are currently being served, based on ARPA funds no longer being there. I also am very hopeful that right now the policy that has been talked about a good bit today, which is to remove the child support regulation, since there's not been a report that I can find or other child care advocates can find, we don't know how many children have actually not been allowed into child care facilities because of this. We know that at one point in time, there were at least 3,000, but we anticipated when it first happened, but that's been many years ago. So in other words, I'm just helping you to understand that we can get out in front and be proactive. Senator, you're very right in bragging on the pre-K collaboratives. We are one of the top in the country. But I want to challenge everybody here and those in the House. We can be #1 in the country in an early care and child and development system if the political will is there. And I can talk, everybody in this room has their own story and they can give their own testimony, but it is back to political will. Like I say, I've been around 40 years and I have seen lots of things happen, and some things that people never thought would happen. But this is, again, when I present this information to you, I hope that you will put it through a lens of workforce development. I'm so happy that Ryan was here. I'm so happy that people in the industry are stepping up. I talked with David Rumbarger, or I emailed him yesterday, who is the Community Development Foundation man up in North Mississippi. And he indicated to me that it's still a big problem with workforce finding people to go to work. And that they have come to the conclusion, yes, childcare access has something to do with it. So I don't think we have to debate whether or not this is tied to the lack of workers. But if I can move us forward now, we'll start with science. And we have from many, many individuals who are, their life's work is studying how babies develop and how that relationship comes into investments We've had James Heckman here in the state. He is the Nobel Prize winning economist on his work that has to do with investing in early education. And I'm not going to read all these slides to you, but you can see from his testimonies that he has given in his work that we can get a 13% ROI for developing comprehensive, high quality birth to 5 early childhood education. Now, it's not free. And I think that's where the rubber is going to hit the road. Decisions are going to have to be made about how policies can be readjusted, not so much laws as much as regulations. Also, how much the state is willing to put in workforce development, because this is a workforce issue. And you've heard from the community college board, there are avenues there for training. The health department offers training. The Department of Human Services offers training. But to coordinate all of this with intentionality is where you look at a system. And so I'd like to just carry us forward in thinking about how systems can be improved so that we can address the workforce challenge. Now, this is one of my favorite slides, and Ryan and I have talked about this in the past. But if you look at how brain research indicates that young children who attend high quality programs are wired at their earliest ages, toddlers even begin to have that wiring put in place to develop executive functions. And those boxes indicate executive function. All right. What has been indicated by the Future of the Jobs report in 2020 from the World Economic Forum, and this is to me so interesting. The top 10 skills for the workers in 2025 are around executive function. And particularly if you look at analytical thinking, complex problem solving, if you look at resilience, stress tolerance, flexibility, reasoning, problem solving, all of those are starting in their developmental periods when the children are less than 2 years old. So there is a direct correlation between early care and education programs and the workers that are going to be needed in 2025 or before. Now, what are we going to need in 2050? Many years ago, and as I say, I've been around, I traveled the state with Dr. Phil Pepper, who some of you may remember is a state economist, and with Pete Wiley. And I'll never forget Pete Wiley standing up and telling us that someday robots would be doing people's jobs. And everybody just laughed and said he had been, you know, around the bend. Well, what's happening? We have a robot at Ole Miss that delivers the food to the people wherever they've ordered it. And I won't even talk about Amazon and all these other places. And we're going to have drones pretty soon delivering our packages. We have to think ahead. I heard somebody the other day talking about farmers, and they said, look, farmers just don't get behind the tractor and drive it anymore. They have to program it. It's a computer, and the computer runs the tractor. So we are way beyond our old ways of thinking in terms of job skills. So if you look right here at some of the things that are the top skills, and when I asked Mr. Rombari yesterday, or when I texted him, I said, what is one of the main problems that the employers say about the people who come to work for them? And you know what he said? Tardiness. It wasn't that they couldn't do the thing, it was they didn't come to do the thing. Now, that's directly related back here to early brain development and wiring. So this is not a frivolous activity here that we've been spending the day talking about. It is incumbent upon you all as leaders of this state to lead and to think about what we're going to need 20 years from now, what we're going to need 20 months from now. And I have been doing this a long time, and so I can speak with some authority about if it's not done now, it will cost a lot more the longer you wait. And some of the things that we heard today from DHS were very promising. They were grants. They had a deadline. 3 years was when the funding would run out. So is that what we want to do to folks? Set them up for a cliff? And that's a problem with grant funding. Now, I will say, and I'm very happy to say this, that 4 of us, Connie Clay, who's here, Latasha Hadley, myself, and Gina Puckett, worked all through Christmas to have 12 training sessions so that these childcare folks would understand about Childcare Strong. And they responded. You heard how many applied. That was unheard of. And this was not just available for centers who served low income. This was for every center that was licensed in the state. I had churches calling me that had never taken a dime before, and they said, is this real? You know, and I'd explain it to them. Well, they just couldn't believe that this was so. And so now they're in the process of collecting reports and filing them so that they can have a good audit on what they have spent their funds for. But I will say to you that the funds were limited in time. So if a person gave their staff a raise, then they were either going to have to carry that raise forward after the grant ran out, or they will have some upset employees. And so when you look at using grant funds for sustainability, then you can get in a problem. So whatever your considerations are about some of these things, it needs to be in a sustainable nature, if at all possible. All right, now, we can't wait any longer. I know everybody that comes up here and talks to you says the same thing. We can't wait any longer about this or that. But for the Accelerate Mississippi to stand up here and talk about the need for childcare is a monumental advancement, because we've never been able to fully get the word out that this is economic development here we're talking about. We're not talking about just poor folks. We're not talking about people who are trying to game the system. We're talking about real live folks with real live babies that want to work. Now, if you look, 50% of families in Mississippi are making less than it takes to financially survive. And this is from the Alice report. And if you have not read that, it's from United Ways of Mississippi. And I strongly advise you to read it. Alice is the new acronym for the working poor. And they've come up with another acronym, but that's what this is about. Now, based on national data, the average cost of infant care in Mississippi is 11.9% of a family's budget when you look at a family median budget of $45,000. And we have said that we have gotten federal support, and we've talked about the amount of money that was to be spent over 3 years through Childcare Strong, and that's what this American Rescue Plan was. Now, as was stated, over 1,100 licensed centers participated. And most of these expenditures, from what we can tell, because we've gone around and done some surveying, have been on good, solid ground. By that, I mean repairs of playgrounds, looking at additional COVID or other virus type preventions through the heating systems, looking at how they could give a bonus to salary, a bonus to workers, providing educational materials. All of those were allowed expenditures, but it had to be done in a certain period of time. Now, right now, the health department says they have 1,511 licensed centers. So we are operating at a higher number than when we first did after COVID. But let me explain to you this, and this is very important for you to hear. A center can be licensed and open, but they're not at capacity because they don't have staff. You can have a waiting list. And I had conversations with childcare providers all over the state. One lady here in Brandon has 55 infants on the waiting list. Another provider who was a grandmother said her grandchildren who live in Brandon ages 1 and 2, her daughter went to 54 licensed centers and still did not find a place for those 2 children. And obviously you don't want to put one in one center and one in another. Now this is in Brandon. This is in a fairly metropolitan area. Now, when we talk about rural, and I mean, the whole state is rural, but when we talk about the Delta particularly, or down Knoxville County and in that area, we have the problems with the critical mass to make enough money to have a center and to pay for it. And then we also have the issues around transportation. And again, what are the options that families have, parents have, single parents have for employment if they have to wait that 90 days or what it takes pretty much to get all the paperwork through. So there are opportunities. I choose to use that word because with the intelligence that I am comfortable in saying exists in this state, it can be figured out if the will is there. Now, this is one of my favorite ones. I went to one of these bath and beauty places and bought some stuff, and on my receipt, that's what it said. They're now hiring. They were trying to market any way they could to get folks to be interested. Now, the regulatory challenge, and I say regulatory challenge, this is not a federal requirement about the paternity business. This is one that has been in place for probably 20-something years, and it was done by way long ago governor, and it has not ever been addressed in the terms of workforce development, but it is very much a barrier in the scheme of workforce development. And when I mention this again in a few minutes, I asked a person who is very familiar with this to write down the process that somebody has to go through if they are willing to enter into trying to get an eligibility rating and want to have their information recorded with the child support. It's a much more convoluted than you can imagine. Now, also, I've had several people who've come to me. One was a student at Ole Miss through her counselor, and she was scared because of violence issues. Now, you have to, from what I'm understanding, you have to have a police report or some kind of evidence documentation that there is actually a threat before you could be considered with that just cause. Now, time is ticking with all of this going on. And so that is another consideration that I think should be brought into play that we really haven't heard about today. Now, the other part of this paternity business is that the non-custodial parent pays, if you were going to have child support, non-custodial parent pays 14% of their adjusted income. Now, to me, this is blood out of a turnip. Because when you look at our per capita income in Mississippi, the past 12 months, it was $24,369. All right, so 14%, the person can't live, the dad or whoever wouldn't be able to live, plus the fact you're not going to get but pennies if you were the mom after it goes through all the processes that it goes through before you ever get the money. Now, it's not good sense, and it was brought up today, how much money is invested in tracking all this or seeing how it's working, because you're not really yielding what you hope for, which is you're not increasing the number of parents who are paying something to the child's mama because they can't. They're seasonal workers. And then if they don't do it every month, then they could go to jail. I mean, there's all kinds of problems here with this. But the main thing is that it keeps people out of the workforce. And that's what I'm supposed to talk about. I could talk about a lot of things, but I'm supposed to talk about that. And that is something that cannot be overlooked. Now, I want to talk to you about, this is another diagram from Alice that I think is very telling, and it's one that resonates with folks in economic development. Now you see our occupations by wage and type, and this was Mississippi 2019. And the yellow little people make more than 20 an hour, and the blue people make less than $20 an hour, and that's equal to 20,000 jobs per little person. All right, in Mississippi, 74% of the jobs pay less than $20 an hour. Now, at the bottom, they call that infrastructors. Now, the title gives it away. They maintain the infrastructure in a community. And so I will try to do better and project. The infrastructures are people who keep the city running. Those are the people that are at the gas station. Those are the people at Starbucks. Those are the people at Hardee's, people who are ones that you speak to every morning. When you go in to get your coffee or your snack, they're the infrastructures. Now, some of those people you see make more than $20 an hour. Those people are the maintenance people. They're the garbage collectors. And usually because they work for the city, they make more. Now, the infrastructures are also considered in some places the child care providers, because they maintain the infrastructure of the community. And I know that Senator Higgins remembers when Katrina hit and we had absolutely demolished the child care industry on the coast. One of the first things that I was fortunate enough to help do with Chevron and others was to get the child care people back up to work, because the school teachers who had FEMA help at the schools got back to work before the child care people did. And the child care people were the ones keeping their babies, so the teachers couldn't go teach because they didn't have child care. Now that was a perfect example of what we're talking about right now. The lady at the bank, people at the laundry, just about anything we do has a relationship to the backbone of communities, as Ryan said today, which was the child care industry. Now, if you look up at the nurturers, 62% of those jobs pay less than $20 an hour. So that's a little higher up the pyramid, and those people are like those that are in social work, public schools, maybe some healthcare providers, because they're moving on up the ladder there. And then the adapters are the ones who are able to provide the innovation for working in manufacturing jobs, for problem solving, for being the mid-management people or higher. And then when you get to the inventors, they're none of those that make less than $20 an hour. Because I doubt that any president of a bank is going to make less than $20 an hour. But if the bank president didn't have these infrastructures, he wouldn't have a bank, because none of those people could come to work. Now, this has been twisted in a way that I hope you will appreciate through a lens of workforce development. And what I'm talking about here, yes, we're talking about folks who are low income and who need that assistance, but with the child care strong money, we found out that there's a lot of centers that don't take CCPP, and they still needed assistance. And that was their choice. They certainly could take it if they choose to. But when we're talking about workforce development, that is inclusive of all of the different avenues. The family child care homes, it has been estimated in this country that more children are in a family child care home than they are in a licensed center in the country. And that's probably because of convenience, location. Families feel more secure if it's the neighbor or the grandma. But again, I have currently working in a program called Building Minds, and we have people who are working with us who are over 70 years old, and they have 2 babies, and they are tired. But they need to do it because they support the families and they know the family needs to work. And there was a term used a long time ago that providers called carrying. I will carry them. And that meant that I know that the Miss Jones doesn't have the money to pay me this week. So I'll collect it next week. Now, that may or may not be good business, but she was respectful of the fact that Miss Jones needed to work. So all of this has different layers, and again, looking at it through different lens. Now, what are we losing? What are we gaining? What are we losing? This information has come from the Children's Foundation of Mississippi. We lose an estimated $120 million annually in tax revenue due to child care issues. This is what we're losing. 41% of parents enrolled in training have been either postponing schooling or dropping out due to child care issues. We have found that child care issues result in an estimated $673 million loss annually for Mississippi's economy. Think about that, $673 million loss when we are desperate always for funding. And absences and employee turnover costs employers an estimated $553 million per year. Now, with the turnover right now in the early care and education industry, somebody is getting trained and then they leave. So then you have to start over again, and then you invest in training somebody else and then they leave. And so it's a constant retraining, new training, and this is costly. Now, I know y'all have seen lots of maps today, but if you look at this one, the child care in Mississippi is not affordable, and this is based on information that came from a state report through county health. And if you can see the different colors, that indicates how much of a part of an income is based from that where you live in that county. And it has a key down at the bottom. Now, a fact is that what the family makes in Tunica County, in just general, is going to be less than what the families make in general in Lee County. And so it may be a difference in how much child care costs based on where you live, because there's a word called the conundrum in child care. It's called a three-legged stool. There's a problem with accessibility, with quality and affordability. And you all are hearing all about that today. But again, there are some solutions if we choose to take advantage of some of these opportunities. Now, if we look at information that came from the health rankings and readings, again, from this national organization, a woman raising a child on her own, earning the median income, pays nearly 40% of her income on child care for 2 children, if one of them is an infant. Now, where does she live? What do they eat? How does she get to work? 40% of her income. Child care costs an average of 11% of an average Mississippi family's income for 1 child that's not an infant, and 20% for 2 children. And what we used to call the child care vouchers, which are the child care payment program, if you want to call it slots, that covers only half of what it costs to care for children. So if a child care center only takes what they get from the voucher, that's not enough to cover what they need in order to run the center. So there again is another problem. Now, what can we do? I'm going to start now with some solutions. What can we do? Well, first of all, we need to look at informing parents who are seeking employment about the CCPP program. Now, I found this to be just mind-boggling, but the job win centers don't necessarily know about CCPP, so they don't enroll or help people enroll when they're there to try to get job training. So they don't even know if you're the win center that you could go and apply, which is now available online, and people can even do it through their phones to apply, but they don't know. And they have to have people trained there to explain that to them and how to do it. Also, could it be at the health departments? Could it be at the WIC centers? Any place that touches a family should have this information available. That includes universities and community colleges as well on how to sign up. And not just depend on word of mouth. Now, it was brought up this morning about the transfer of TANF dollars as a possibility into child care funds. 2019 is the last year I could find federally of what was reported from Mississippi. We are allowed legally to transfer 30% of TANF funds. 2019, we transferred 2%. 2018, 0. 2017, 0. Now, y'all know where the money went, and there's no point in me bringing that up. But it's a new day. It's a new day. And the case is being made without a doubt that that money to the max could be, should be transferred so that we don't end up losing children because they can't be served. Now, this is stable money. TANF has been around a long, long time. It's not a grant that's going to go away. But it's a decision, and it's a priority that, again, has to be put forth. It's our choice. But again, and I told Mr. Anderson today, I appreciate that he walked into a you-know-what of a mess. And hopefully he's gotten his legs about him now and can make some decisions, but he's going to need, I think, a system that ensures and encourages the fact that this decision is made, because it is one of the best things that could be done in an investment for the workplace. Now, we heard from the community college board, and there were some very good things that they're doing at community colleges. One thing I feel led to say, and that's again because I've worked so long, is that one community college is in a very high need area, unfortunately does not have an early care and education program. And that's Mississippi Delta Community College over at Moorhead. And they haven't had one for many, many years. And so, again, whether there's some incentives, some way to help provide opportunities, but looking at where these are located and being laser focused on how to tie things together will be much better way to, I think, be more efficient with how the funds are going to be spent and more likely to be yielding what you hope for. One other thing I'd like to mention that Moorhead does do, and I found out about this because my granddaughter has a friend that works in the program, is they work, as he mentioned, with individuals who dropped out of high school. But they also work specifically with children who age out of the social services system, the CCPP system, the child care support, the child care protection services, thank you. So that when they age out, they have that program there to help them finish their GED or whatever to start them in some training. And I think that's one other group of people who potentially could be a part of the workforce if that was again encouraged and through those programs that were mentioned. Now, why is access so important? I'm sure you've heard this by now. But this actually came from Walgreens, I believe. They were hunting for pharmacists. And so this is not just the infrastructure people. There are trying to find workers. These are people that are, fairly high wage folks. Why don't women work? Well, this again from the Alice report is basically women 25 to 54. The most common reason was the in-home responsibilities, either caring for their children or for an older family member or somebody that has a chronic health problem. And then again, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has indicated barriers to childcare has resulted in losses to the Mississippi economy of $673 million a year. Now, I'm saying that twice. I know I've already said it once, but you have to hear it 3 times before it penetrates. So they say about adult learners. So think about how much money we're losing. You have to invest. There's no doubt about it. There has to be investments made. You notice the Dr. Allgood showed us a slide today where some states had additional money, you remember, into their CCPP programs or in the state put it in there. That way it was sustainable. So we're at a point now where we have kicked this can down the road long time. And we have got to begin to look at this at a very practical standpoint. Now, last year, 4,370 people actually were, according to the resources that we've got, in the workforce of childcare. Now, I want you to look at this wage. The mean wage of childcare workforce, and this is high in where I live in, $9.37 an hour. A lot of places aren't, but about 8. And so that means that they're making $19,490 a year. And remember, Dr. Allgood said some of these childcare workers were also part of his programs, like TANF, like SNAP or some of the other things that they provide to support families. All right, so the living wage, according to the Alice document, with one adult with no children is $15.66. Now, nationally, the childcare industry is trying to push for $15 an hour. Nationally, that doesn't mean it has to stay there, but that is like what they're considering as the base. Well, we know that that's not going to happen here anytime soon. But we can do some other things that will help raise the income level if we're smart. Now, this is a model that has been put together by folks at our center that also had some opportunities to put forth just in a general way in front of some of our childcare providers. This is the plan. This hasn't happened. This is a possible plan. And that is that we take the Mississippi Early Childhood Educator Advancement Program and we develop it in this way. We have stakeholders participate in setting some of the requirements for education and incentives for reimbursement for those who complete the training. We look at workforce development and or unencumbered funds to set this up. We have the placement of the program. I suggest, this is me, Kathy, my suggestion in the Workforce Development Agency because it is workforce development. People tend to think that Mississippi Department of Human Services is just about welfare. That's not the case. You heard that today. But to get it into the workforce mindset, look at a workforce development agency. And here are the 3 components. It's all based on national models. The TEACH, which would be a teach-like program in Mississippi. This would be to help provide that educational experience for the family childcare workers and the childcare directors and the childcare staff. It could be done through online. It could be done through partnerships with community college, but it is paid for through workforce development funds. Then we have a child care registry, which is a depository where all of the funds that would be, where all of the people who participate in the program, where their credentials are housed. So if Kathy Grace says that she has a CDA, then we have to document that if she's going to get any incentive because she has one. And so registries are all over the country as far as how to document the advancement of the child care workers. Also, in our state, the registry could assist in coordination of services in providing a comprehensive system of professional development coordinator to coordinate the training and evaluation for all early interventionists. And Dr. Parker will talk to you tomorrow about early intervention. But we have some issues from a system standpoint with our early intervention first steps that certainly is in line with some of the things you heard this morning from Dr. Allgood about children with special needs in the child care facilities. And I would like to just bring up one point, and I know that you all have heard this from your school teachers who have visited with you. We are experiencing the results of, I guess you could say, COVID fallout with our young children in their emotional stability. It does not just happen in the public schools. There are children right now in child care facilities who are out of hand in terms of emotional needs, and the teachers are not trained to do this. This has never been a situation like it has been in the past year and a half. And so for the teachers to feel like they are contributing to the child's development, they definitely are going to need some more training and high-level training. Then the last part is a wages type program that comes into a, if you would, a wage lattice where wages are allocated based on the education of individuals. Now, we have many states around us. Tennessee has this program, Arkansas has this program, and basically it is in the way of a twice-a-year stipend. And it is administered by a certain group. And this is in need of some real strong leadership for this to work. But it does work, and it works well. Again, workforce development, this is all about workforce development. And, you know, years ago, I had worked some with folks at Ingalls and some other places around that have big industries. And, you know, I have said, you know, we don't have a problem investing in teaching people the skills they need to build a boat. But for some reason, we have problems with people who are trying to build brains. And so we have got to look at the importance and respect the early years and show that through treating the folks who are working with these children in ways that are responsible to keep them in the field. Now, I live in Tupelo, and I can go down Gloucester, and McDonald's as big as you please, $10 an hour, tuition, assistance, paid by the week. The childcare industry can't keep up with that. They can't compete with that. And I'm told here in Jackson that some of the other fast foods are up to $12 an hour. And so we've got to be realistic and I guess you could say, acknowledge that we've had competition in this particular time that we've never had before for workers. I'd like to talk to you just a minute on some of the things that we can do with regard to the efficiency of addressing, again, wages. A catfish processor, I looked this up on Delta Pride, makes $13 an hour for gutting catfish. Now, there's an imbalance there to me. And so if we look at how the state can assist the child care teachers to offset a low wage and not come to you and say, you got to raise the minimum wage, because that's not happening. Here are some ideas. transfer more TANF funds or other unencumbered state dollars into childcare for funding eligible parents and increase the numbers that are served that meet the eligibility income level. Now, today you heard them say that we have an 85% SMI if eligible. Anybody 85% income SMI. But that doesn't mean that all of those people are served. So in some reports, it's looking like 30% of those eligible are served because of the lack of the funds to be able to do more than that. And we are doing 85%, which is the highest level that the federal government will let you do, but that doesn't mean we're serving all of them. Also, we've talked about the job training programs and how specific to new teachers, we could come up with a specific program for new teachers. Also, a possibility of refundable state in tax credit payout in cash for those that file their state income tax and document they work in childcare. Now, Louisiana has done this for years. And then again, transfer the funds to increase funding for childcare programs, participating in the childcare payment program. So we see an increase in subsidies to the children, to the subsidy payments to the childcare centers that then allows them to maintain that wage. Now, if we're going to have a whole new crop of babies starting here very shortly, we don't have infant teachers. We have centers that are open, but their infant rooms are closed. And as a provider told me the other day, I'm too afraid to hire some of the people that have come in here wanting a job to put them with the babies. I don't think they're responsible enough. These providers are serious about doing a good job. And the responsibility is heavy on these folks to make sure the babies are cared for, educated, fed, and in some cases, the food they get at the childcare facility is the main meal of the day. So it's time for us to recognize the importance of, again, the infrastructure folks. So can we change?
Kathy, we've got 4 minutes.
Okay, 4 minutes. Here we go. The eligibility requirements around the child care payment, I actually had somebody who wrote this down for me because I couldn't remember it. It was so confusing or convoluted. Now, this is what you have to do. All right. Single mothers are not required to receive child support in order to receive the CCPP. Rather, they are required to cooperate with DHS support enforcement in order to receive CCP. This is what it means. They can enroll in CCPP through electronic, either their phones or online. But they have to physically go to the child support office at another location, sometimes 30 miles or more away from where they live, to submit the required paperwork. And that is a second application within the same DHS agency, but to the child support division, not to Dr. Allgood's division, but to the child support division. Now, the child support division has to verify that this has been done, and they have to then communicate to CCPP whether or not the mom is eligible to receive the funds. Now, I've already mentioned these child support offices are not nearby, and this is required to be done in person. And if a person is concerned about a violent situation, they have to produce some legal document that says that there has been a threat or in the past some kind of potential activity. So when we say do away with the paternity or the child support thing, it's deeper than that. This is a lot of time, effort, and You know, sometimes people just don't go. They just say, I can't do it. And in all honesty, some folks know the dad, they are working with the dad, they're getting some support from the dad, but he's a seasonal worker. And he can't do everything that he would be doing if he has to be under the support regulation. This is probably one of the greatest gifts you all could give if this thing was eliminated. And I say that with all emotions that I can muster up, because it's going to pay off for the state. Not just because it's the right or good thing to do, in my opinion, it will cause a higher level of workforce participation and more money in the way of taxes. Now, I know I'm down to 2 minutes.
We're actually down to 0 minutes, so wrap it up really quickly because we've got a Zoom call with somebody zooming in with us, so.
Okay, we've talked about transferring the funds. And again, in the past, CCDBG has received about 60 million in federal funds each year. That was serving about 10% of our low-income children, but then Congress bumped it up to about 90 million in 2018, 2019, and we got nearly 145 million due to the pandemic relief. But at that point in time, even with all that, we were serving 30%. And finally, we got to do something about, cut me off. Finally, we've got to do something about wages. There's no other way around this. We have got to do something about wages through workforce development, through state investment, because it will pay back triple what the investment is. According to Dr. Heckman, 13%. And we need to engage the child care directors and owners in community development planning. And this is just good sense, and thank you very much.
Dr. Grace, I want to thank you. It is clear that you have a wealth of knowledge and you are quite an expert and have doing this for a number of years. These are great actionable things that you suggested to us. So I want to thank you. I'm going to ask y'all to email her with particular questions that you have, because I'm going to try to keep us on schedule just a little bit.
I apologize for my long-windedness.
It was great.
And I will stay afterwards. If people on the panel want to ask me questions, I'll be happy to stay as long as necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? How's my audio? Are you able to hear me now? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are so glad to have you today. A few of us know you, and we are delighted with the wisdom that you're going to impart to us today. So this is Jennifer Palmer from the National Conference of State Legislature. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I logged in on two computers. I was like worried about my audio. So, and I think Shelby has my slides. So, but I can go ahead and get started. Well, thank you so much for having me. I apologize that I'm not there in person. I had every intention and planned to be there, but due to illness in my house and myself, I opted to stay home. So my colleague Patrick Lyons, though, is in the room with you all and is around to answer questions or follow up with you on anything I've chat about today. Of course, I'll also provide my contact information. So you all heard from my colleague Tara Johnson last month about who NCSL is and why we're here. And as Senator Boyd said, I've worked with a few of you in the Early Childhood Fellows program that NCSL offers. And so I just really appreciate the invitation. I have spent the last 5 years or so tracking early childhood legislation, particularly in childcare, and also helping legislators to understand the policy options to address childcare challenges in their state. So I'm just going to hold on one moment. Shelby, do you need me to open my slides?
Yes, that's what I was going to ask you. Could you share the slides? That would be terrific. Thanks, Jennifer.
Sorry. There you go. Let me get started. All right. So I'm going to start with an overview of the COVID-19 federal relief funds. I know you've already heard about them a lot today, but I start there as a place to sort of frame the trends that we've really seen when it comes to expanding childcare, not just access, but also quality, expanding access to assistance, childcare subsidies for families. It really frames the policies that we've seen to support the recruitment and retention and preparation of childcare professionals. And then I'm also going to include a little bit about some of the trends we've seen in states outside of those COVID relief funds and how they are pursuing state funding mechanisms to expand access to childcare. And then, of course, you'll have my contact information and resources. And there's more in these slides that I can get to, but you have them. They do have some links embedded in many of the slides. So please feel free to reach out with any questions or anywhere you'd like more information. So you heard about this a little bit in the beginning this morning. The $50 billion in federal funding for childcare is the largest, historic federal investment that we've ever seen in this country. And you saw how these numbers, these different pots of federal relief packages broke down for Mississippi specifically this morning. I believe it was also explained that the funding mechanism or the primary mechanism for providing much of this money was through the Child Care Development Fund, which is distributed through your Department of Human Services. And so they, as in most states, are responsible for sort of determining how those are spent and getting those dollars out the door, which is no small feat. So I heard that this morning. Kudos to your DHS department on managing that tremendous task. Of course, in some states, the legislators do play a role in determining how these funds are going to be spent and are sort of choosing where they would like it to be placed. And so, as I said, that has driven a lot of the legislation that we have seen in recent years. And I'm going to share several examples about how states are using that money to expand existing programs and policies, as well as innovate and, in a lot of cases, pilot new opportunities to grow and strengthen childcare. So you're probably most familiar with this largest pot here that you see, the stabilization grants, as was mentioned this morning. Those were really meant to help sort of stop the bleeding in most cases and help keep childcare businesses afloat and in business. Some innovation we saw around the use of these stabilization grants, which were very specific. They could only be used, for that purpose to keep businesses open. But some innovation that we saw was states requiring that a certain percent of those stabilization grants be used specifically for compensation for their workforce. So states like Nebraska and Oregon required that 20% of grants that a childcare business received then be used for compensation, all the way up to 50% in Illinois and up to 70% in Minnesota. I'm going to spend the bulk of my time on this last bucket, this $15 billion in CCDF discretionary funds, which was spoken about this morning, as that pot of money was really able to be sort of seed money to help rebuild and strengthen childcare systems, and was not restricted to just COVID-19 response. Can be used to support a variety of activities. And as Dr. Allgood mentioned this morning, there was, of course, guidance from the federal government in how that money was spent. And I've summarized some of those main points here in the bullets on your screen. Again, it sort of provides that context for how states have been passing policies to support access to quality and access to assistance. So I'm going to start with that first box there, expanding access to quality and beginning with provider payments. Again, this was spoken about a little bit this morning. By provider payments, we mean the reimbursement that providers who serve families utilizing childcare subsidies. It is the money that they receive from the state for providing care for those families. As you heard Dr. Allgood describe the process in Mississippi, in nearly all states, those rates are set by a market rate survey in which the state asks childcare providers what they charge privately paying families. And so this is sort of, in a way, tied to the income of the families in that region and is not necessarily reflective of the cost of providing care. But again, is the way that it is done in most states. Excuse me. The reason that these payment rates are nested within that access to quality bullet is because payment rates determine how the stability of childcare businesses. It determines how much they can pay their staff, the materials they can purchase, the supplies, and all of that goes into creating high quality environments. You also heard Dr. Allgood explain the 75th percentile requirement, also known as the equal access requirement that's built within the Child Care Development Fund. The idea behind this is that setting reimbursement rates at 75% of the market rate allows low-income families using subsidies to have access to 75% of the market. And though 35 states over the last few years have raised their rates, just 2 are meeting the federal government's equal access benchmark, that's 75%. And it's of the current year, I should say. So states might be meeting the 75th percentile of past market rate survey years, but of the current year, there are just 2 states, that's Hawaii and South Dakota, meeting that benchmark. However, there are 15 states who meet the benchmark for infant and toddler care. And this is, of course, as we've heard, that to incentivize infant and toddler care because it is often in such short supply in all states. Lastly, I've noted here that most states do offer some form of tiered reimbursement, meaning higher reimbursement for higher levels of quality, which is typically connected to a state's quality rating and improvement system. Moving into provider payment policies, getting back to that reimbursement rate thing, within the federal guidance, that is, states were encouraged to move or to consider other ways other than the market rate survey of setting their rates to more accurately reflect the cost of care. And this is through cost estimation models or cost of care, cost of quality models, they're sometimes called. Many states, as is listed here, about 23 states or localities have conducted such studies, the most recent of which were Vermont and Tennessee. But only 2 states and Washington, D.C. actually use their cost estimation model to set their reimbursement rates. These changes are new, so we don't quite know the impact or the outcomes, but stay tuned. And then the last, this was also touched on this morning, payment for reimbursement based on enrollment instead of attendance. You heard Director Anderson mention that Mississippi did this as well. And so many states did this at some point during the height of the pandemic, but It remains to be seen how many states will continue to be able to offer this payment policy after federal funds have run out. Another bucket in the expanding access to quality is increasing wages. So you've heard a lot about one-time bonuses or wage supplements to help recruit and retain childcare professionals. But of course, we know, as has been mentioned, that these funds are temporary. So I wanted to give you a few examples of states that are using state dollars to either continue those types of supplemental wage increases or create new ones. So Maine is an example of a state where they started doing these wage supplements with ARPA dollars and are continuing them now with state general funds at the tune of $200 a month for every child care worker in a licensed setting throughout the state. And that'll continue until next year, at which time they'll move into a new tiered system based on a number of criteria like education level, tenure, role, hours worked per week, and all of that. That's still being designed right now. Washington, D.C. made headlines earlier this year with its dramatic investments in wages for childcare professionals. This is driven by a task force they had there that was set out to create recommendations to bring pay parity for early childhood educators working with infants through toddlers into parity with pre-K educators. So this looked like payments of $10,000 to $14,000, a one-time payment to those birth to 3 educators, and will move into ongoing payments in the following years. What else have I listed here? New Mexico and Colorado. Colorado has a version of the refundable tax credits that Dr. Grace just mentioned. It was modeled after Louisiana's program, which provides somewhere between $750 to $1,500 for qualifying early childhood educators at tax time. It's worth noting that of these states listed, Colorado, New Mexico, and DC all identified new funding streams in recent years. So I'm going to get to that in a little bit. But lastly, I've noted wage scales at the bottom. So not unlike K-12 salary scales or salary scales for K-12 teachers, these exist in some states for educators working in publicly funded pre-K programs, but other states like Delaware here have created such scales more as sort of a target or a goal in mind that they're working towards that will inform future policy considerations and efforts to address compensation. So nothing set in stone at this moment, but more, as I said, sort of a place that they are working towards. Of course, wages isn't limited to just your paycheck. There are several states also looking to extend access to benefits for the early childhood workforce. You'll see California, Nebraska, and Washington are examples of states that have recently considered, in the case of Nebraska, it didn't pass, or enacted in the case of California and Washington, expanding access to health insurance for childcare workers who often don't have access to it because they're self-employed, perhaps working out of their homes, or it's just not offered at the center they work at. Meanwhile, Kentucky and Massachusetts have taken steps to help childcare workers themselves afford childcare. In some cases, you know, the childcare workers who are earning these low wages wouldn't even be able to afford to send their own children to those centers they're working at. So in Massachusetts, this has taken the form of grants. This is still being rolled out. And in Kentucky, they have changed what they call categorical eligibility for their childcare subsidies, so that if you are a childcare worker in any licensed setting, you qualify for childcare subsidies for your own children. And let's see, the last component under expanding access to quality that I'll touch on is building supply for underserved populations. Now, we could probably make the argument that nearly all families are underserved, but as has been mentioned, there are some populations who face greater challenges, particularly families with infants and toddlers. So contracting slots is not a new approach, but I'm noting it here as there are several additional states who are trying out this approach with their ARPA funds. When using contracted slots for subsidized childcare, the state partners with the provider to essentially hold a certain amount of spots for families with subsidies in exchange for higher reimbursement rates, as well as a guarantee of payment regardless of attendance. So this offers greater financial stability to providers who are sometimes hesitant to participate in the subsidy program due to turnover among families and sometimes insufficient reimbursement rates. I've also noted a few states who are embarking on contracts specifically for infant and toddler care, but I want to point out Missouri, which is piloting contracts for not just infant and toddler care, but also children with special needs and children requiring care during non-traditional hours. Which leads me to other ways that states try to incentivize providing care during those hours outside of the 9 to 5. This involves increased reimbursement rates, other financial incentives, which I think was mentioned this morning is going to be rolled out in Mississippi as well. And I've also listed support for home-based and family care. I think this was covered, but I list this here because this does tend to be the setting where families who work outside the 9 to 5 can access more flexible care is the home setting, home-based family care. So that leads me to some more ways that states are using these funds or enacting legislation to support family child care specifically. Home-based family child care, every state calls it something a little bit different, has been on the decline for a decade or more. It's often, as was mentioned earlier, the only care available to rural families. It's often the preferred type of care for families with infants and toddlers and families whose first language isn't English. So what are states doing to specifically address family care? 2 ways I've listed here: family child care networks and shared services models, which are noted as promising practices by the Administration of Children and Families. Networks typically focus on peer learning, training, quality improvements, shared learning opportunities. Other models like shared services might include cost sharing for business expenses like technology, for invoicing or billing or accounting and tax preparation, purchasing supplies at scale so that providers can save costs there. This is all in service of reducing the amount of time that providers have to spend on these types of tasks and supports the stability of the family child care business model. So you can see a few states listed here who are using their ARPA dollars to help staff and create these networks and shared services models, including Louisiana, Minnesota, Montana, and Texas is using about $28 million of their ARPA funds for this type of support to family home-based care. Lastly, Colorado and Minnesota are examples of states focusing on family, friend, and neighbor care. This was brought up earlier this morning as well. And those are, that could be grandma and grandpa, it could be auntie, it could be someone who is watching their own child and maybe also watching their neighbor's child. It might be paid, it might not be. This family, friend, and neighbor care, FFN as it's called, is sort of invisible outside the system, often unlisted, care, but is chosen by families for whom the license system is maybe too expensive or just otherwise inaccessible. It's also chosen, again, by families who want someone who shares their language or their culture. So this is a whole part of the childcare universe that is often sort of overlooked and forgotten about. We tend to think a lot about center-based care. So Colorado and Minnesota are 2 examples of states investing in bringing these types of providers sort of into the fold and providing them with resources, with training and other technical assistance to ensure that those families choosing this option are also receiving quality. Just a few more ways that states are using ARPA funds to build supply, providing funds for startup costs, business training, as well as funding facilities. I think a lot of this was mentioned earlier today, so I won't spend too much time. I just did want to note that there are 2 states I forgot to list on this slide, and that's Washington and Maryland. Those are 2 states who in recent years have created a permanent fund for facilities funding specifically for childcare providers to get grants through. So using state dollars to provide these ongoing grants to providers who want to expand, or maybe they need to make changes to their home-based program. But then you do see these states here who are also using ARPA funds, this one-time funding for facilities specifically. On to that second area of emphasis under the federal guidance for the 15 billion in the discretionary funds. So remember, the first was expanding access to quality, and the second is expanding access to assistance. Just as Mississippi did, most states expanded eligibility for childcare assistance temporarily at some point for some amount of time during the height of COVID. But even with increased funding, most states have set their eligibility well below that federal max of 85% of the state median income. Mississippi is among the 10 states that increased eligibility by more than just the one-year inflation adjustment. And as it is now, maximum income eligibility across the country ranges from 129% of federal poverty level to 300 or 350 in some places now, has reached above there, including New York, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, and New Mexico. Moving into the middle of the slide there, broadening qualifying activities in order to be eligible for childcare assistance. So in accordance with federal law now, all 50 states allow families receiving childcare assistance to continue receiving it, even if they lose a job or continuing to search for a job. We saw that the time allowed for that job search increased in 8 states between the years of 2020 and 2021. It ranges from about 90 days, I think that's what was said occurs in Mississippi, to some states allowing a parent who is searching for a job to still be eligible through the end of their 12-month eligibility period. And also worth noting is that 14 states allow families who were not previously receiving childcare assistance to qualify. So in other words, they can get onto childcare assistance even if they're not employed, but they are job hunting. That is up from the year before and includes your neighbor, Louisiana. And lastly, waiving or reducing copays. Again, 20 states, including Mississippi, reduced copayments for at least some families for some period of time. There are now 8 states that have gotten rid of copayments for certain low-income families at 150% of the federal poverty level. Copays, which maybe I should have said at the beginning, is, it can be required of families. It can be set as a dollar value or a percentage of the total cost of care. States get to decide and determine those copays based on various factors like family size, family structure, and family income. And finally, it's worth noting that in addition to copayments, in many states, most states, families are could be required, to cover the difference between the reimbursement rate providers receive from the state and the price that they would charge to a privately paying family. But as of February of last year, 11 states do not allow this practice any longer. So moving out of the discretionary funds now and now onto just other state policy trends to expand access to care, I'm going to focus on a few policies specific to the workforce and preparing the workforce for this important work. You likely already know, excuse me, that educational and preparation requirements for childcare professionals vary based on setting and funding stream. That ranges from, state-funded pre-K teachers who often face the highest requirements, in many cases a bachelor's degree, to no more than a high school degree and maybe a course or two in child development and CPR certification for privately owned settings, including centers or homes. So, of course, that changes when it comes to licensing or involvement in the QRIS system. But that's sort of the floor. So states are taking, using these funds and making steps to reduce barriers into getting more coursework and becoming better qualified to work in early childhood settings. So states like Mississippi, as we heard this morning, are offering scholarships. Others are covering the cost of coursework or loan forgiveness. Iowa and Arkansas are 2 examples of states who had existing programs like the Teach scholarships and the Wages program that Dr. Grace just mentioned. These are national programs that are hosted within the states and funded in part by state dollars. So Arkansas and Iowa are now expanding those statewide or increasing their commitment. Illinois is an example of a state where it's just one example, I guess, of a trend of states that are thinking about how to better align coursework among various higher ed institutions. So this legislation that was passed last year creates their Early Childhood Access Consortium for Equity, which is tasked with bringing together public universities, private colleges, community colleges, to the table to streamline, coordinate, and improve the accessibility of degree completion pathways. So that, you know, a student could take any early childhood class at any of the member institutions and they would transfer, they wouldn't lose any credits. And lastly, Dr. Grace mentioned workforce registries. We're seeing states use some of these federal relief dollars, some of these one-time dollars, to either create or beef up their workforce registries in order to better track credentials and training and qualifications of the workforce. I'll also note that states that had these existing registries, more robust registries, were able to tap into that existing infrastructure to get out their stabilization grants. And states that didn't have these had a harder time figuring out where people are, who qualifies, who's eligible, and how to get those funds. So worth noting that. Other examples of opportunities to prepare childcare professionals. These are a few unique examples really targeting high school students. So apprenticeships are nothing new, but are growing in popularity in the early childhood world. These are 3 states that are doing sort of pre-apprenticeship or early apprenticeship, like a pathway into an apprenticeship, targeting high school students so that they are dual enrolled in some cases in both the community college and their high school. They're earning credit and they're earning on-site learning, or, you know, of course, learning on-site actually within the classroom. I know Vermont, Vermont is using some of their ARPA funds to expand their pre-apprenticeship program that's been in place for a while now. And Kentucky is just kicking theirs off. I'll also note that while not applicable to high schoolers, they are also the only state who has recently launched an apprenticeship specifically for early childhood program administrators or directors. So something to think about there. And my last note on preparing childcare professionals is on these accelerated learning programs. So these are intensive fast track programs that provide a combination of online and on-site learning and then stack onto degrees should the childcare professional choose. So the latest example of this is Virginia, which is rolling out their fast track course later this year and is being piloted with philanthropic dollars. Its objectives are to not only improve quality in the early childhood world, but also decrease time to competency. So reduce the time necessary to move teachers from onboarding to fulfilling, you know, the objective of their role in the classroom. And also to reduce the cost of recruitment. So they are partnering with educational institutions to attract talent and recruit folks into this program. It does require a 1-year commitment and includes bonuses at 6 months and 1 year. They are sort of modeling their program off of Indiana's, which has 2 versions of this sort of accelerated learning opportunity. One is 12 months and one is 13 weeks, operates similarly and has shown to be successful there for several years. I'm almost done here. I just want to share a few examples of these funding mechanisms. As I mentioned, I offer you this slide just as a taste of some of the ways that states generate funding for early care and education. I'm going to go a bit deeper into 2 of these, but I'm happy to help you learn more about any of them should you want to know what states are doing with these or who's got these types of policies. So one pretty exciting one that just came out of Kentucky this year, these public-private partnerships, say that 3 times fast, which I heard there was some interest in earlier this year. So Kentucky's employee child care assistance partnership is sort of modeled off of, I believe, a now sunsetted version in Florida and an existing version in Michigan, in which the employer, the employee, and the state all contribute to the cost of care for the employee. So in Kentucky, they have allocated, as I've listed here, $15 million in general funds. And they are reserving some of those for small businesses. The state match depends on the household income of the employee. So for example, if an employee made 100% of the state median income, the match from the state is then 100% of what the employer provides, up to the full cost of care. So, and then after that, it ramps down very gently. So that's one example. I've listed a few other ways here that states work with employers to incentivize employer helping their employees access care. Tax credits, of course, has been around for a long time. Colorado, which I think some of perhaps those in the room who were at the Early Childhood Fellows meeting earlier this year heard about their employer-based childcare facility grants, in which employers who are seeking to implement on-site care are eligible for. And then lastly, I just want to share a few examples from Louisiana, your neighbor. They have been hard at work at creating their early childhood education fund, which is administered by their state board of elementary and secondary education. And according to the legislation that created this in 2017, the fund allows local entities approved by the board to fund projects that expand the number of early childhood care and education quality slots for families receiving subsidies. So essentially, state revenue can be placed within this fund to match local investments in early childhood. So after the fund was created, the challenge was, well, now how do we get state funds into this so that local localities can tap into it? So just within the last few years, they have been able to tap into new revenue through sports betting, which will contribute a maximum of 20 million into this fund. And a one-time contribution was approved this legislative session for 40 million. I believe that is ARPA funds. But all of this is sort of well-timed for the city of New Orleans, where voters passed a ballot measure to raise an estimated 21 million annually for early childhood education. And so it is then eligible for that state match. So that was a lot. I'm going to stop. And that concludes my roundup of state policy trends to expand access to childcare. If time allows, I'm happy to take questions. Otherwise, you know where to find me.
This is a great compilation of information, Jennifer. Can I ask a question really quickly too? The Louisiana program that you talked about, is that similar to the Mississippi preschool consortium program that we do, or does this go down to infants and toddlers? Do you know about that Louisiana program?
I don't know about Mississippi's, but I do know Louisiana's does serve beyond pre-K. So their early childhood commission is really tasked with sort of championing adding funds to this fund. And they are specifically interested in the 0 to 3 space.
Okay. Do y'all, anybody have quick questions for her? We're over time. Anybody? Okay. All right, Jennifer, this is really helpful. We're going to be back with you. I have like 8 questions, and so we'll be back with you, emailing you on these. So this is a fantastic compilation of information. I think we're all really pleased to see it. Thank you so much.
You bet. Anytime. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. I feel a little like Jimmy Clower. It's like you all have been at this all day. And I think, I feel like shoot me or the bear, give somebody some relief. So I'm gonna try to make this short. I don't have PowerPoint presentation, but we did submit some information to you that's in the packet, that's in your packets. Good afternoon to members of the study group on women, children, and families. And I want to thank you, Chairman Boyd, for reaching out to me and inviting our testimony. My name is Olita Garrett Fitzgerald, and I have served as the Southern Regional Director of the Children's Defense Fund, CDF, for the last 28 years. CDF is a 47-year-old child advocacy organization whose Leave No Child Behind mission is to ensure every child a healthy start, a head start, a fair start, a safe start, and a moral start in life with the help of caring families and communities. The Children's Defense Fund is based in Washington, D.C. with 6 state offices and the Southern Regional Office, which is based here in Jackson, Mississippi. For the past nearly 50 years, we have advocated for policies to help children and families at the national and state levels. Like Kathy, Dr. Gray said earlier, I would like to talk today about opportunities. We appreciate this opportunity to come before the Senate Study Group and recognize this as a critical opportunity to advance serious consideration of the things the state of Mississippi can do to ensure all children born into this state, regardless of their birth or status in life, thrive and grow into productive adulthood. This is not an easy lift for some children and families, and even decisions about their birth has caused great trauma. Unfortunately, and you heard some of these figures earlier, according to the United Way's Alice report of children born into poverty in Mississippi, 60% of those children are of single female-headed households. 42% of Black children live below the poverty line of about $25,000 a year for a family of 4. 14% of white children in Mississippi live below the poverty line. The Alice report also found that 60% of Black children and 40% of white children live in families who struggle every day, who are working poor with incomes above the poverty level, but not enough, as you have heard, but they don't earn enough to cover all of their needs. Poverty affects everything. And most importantly, it affects family stability, well-being, and economic opportunities, including for children who are growing up today. If we are to change these statistics for children and families and move Mississippi from the bottom of every indice, including the strength and competitiveness of its economy, then we have to do the hard work. This study group, given its bipartisan makeup and influence with Senate legislative leadership, has a great opportunity before it to move Mississippi families and children and the state itself if we are serious and truly commit to valuing all children in the state. We know it can be done. As you are aware, many children are born without the support systems they will need. It is the lottery of their birth. Many women who made the terrible choice not to have children were driven by their inability to care for them. So the question now is, where do we go from here? If we value life for all children, which I hope we all do, we want to ensure a child's ability to grow up healthy and whole and to a productive member of society. We want their parents to have access to what they need to be contributing members of society in every way, including the world of work. If this study group is successful, it will address what it will take to build the roadmap to get us there. Much of what we need, we already have. Yet there are gaps that we must identify and address with legislative action if we are to be serious. I'd like to highlight a few things. One is the Family First Prevention Services Act, not to be confused with the Families First debacle and cruel misuse of money aimed for struggling families. The Families First Prevention Services Act was signed into law in October 2018 by President Trump and was a landmark bipartisan act that was passed to help keep children safely with their families and avoid the traumatic experience of entering foster care emphasizing the importance of children growing up in families and helping to ensure children were placed in the least restrictive, most family-like setting appropriate to their special needs. We all know that as we talk about this new group of children, in addition to those who are already here, that once children get here, we have a responsibility for making sure that they are taken care of. CDF worked hard in the child welfare field and was instrumental in building support for the Family First Prevention Services Act. And we have provided in your packet provisions of the Families First Prevention Services Act. In as of July 2022, I can't find information on how Mississippi is handling implementation of the Families First Prevention Services Act. But what it would do is to offer services to prevent foster care entry, improve foster care licensing standards and procedures, establish and maintain kinship navigator programs so that children can stay with family members and with their parents, and involve families in residential group settings for children. There is in your packet a comparison of kin services and supports before the Family First Act was passed and after it was passed, and it lays out some very specific kinds of things we can do. There's also a 13-page paper in your packet that goes through the requirements of the Families First Prevention Services Act. Unfortunately, in the research I was able to do in Mississippi, back in the early years of implementation of the new legislation, Supreme Court Justice Don Bean worked with the state of Mississippi to develop a Families First prevention program that was having great success. The state of Mississippi did not at that time pull down the federal dollars that were available, but instead were using TANF dollars to pay for those services. Those services, the program that was put in place was dealing with the courts, worked with the families, worked to ensure that families were, if at all possible, kept in their homes and with kinship care. Somewhere along the way, that program was hijacked and it became Families First, the program that we hear about so much in the news today. I think we should go back and revisit with Supreme Court Justice Don Bean and the team that she put together, and look at how we might more effectively utilize the resources that are available to us to make sure that we can keep families whole and together. Another recommendation I would like to lift up is that the study group considers the construction of a children's cabinet and children's budget in the state of Mississippi. 16 states have children's cabinets. The Children's Defense Fund's Minnesota office was very actively involved and engaged in the legislative and administrative actions to consolidate resources available to families and children under a children's cabinet type process, using a strategic, systematic way to utilize a whole family approach for the healthy development of children and families, and to bring efficiency and effectiveness to state government efforts to improve child and youth outcomes. The ability to do that and to look at all of the resources that we have in the state that are aimed toward children and families, and then identify the gaps that we have in the system, will take us a long way in developing a roadmap for how we keep families and children whole as they are young and growing, and how we ensure that they can enter the workforce. Also, in your packet is information on something that Senator Boyd and I talked about, which is called the CDF Minnesota Bridge to Benefits Program. There is in that program, it is a portal where families can go and find out what assistance they are available for, what they are eligible for, and can access those programs. They do not approve the families for the services, but they are able to see what the services are that are available and how to access them. The programs covered in the Minnesota Bridge to Benefits Program portal are access to medical assistance, the advanced premium tax credits, child care assistance, energy assistance, supplemental nutrition assistance programs like SNAP, school meal programs, WIC, the Women, Infants, and Children's Program, earned income tax credit resources, and Minnesota has a working family credit that we might also investigate for use in Mississippi. Access, excuse me. We can't have a serious conversation about helping women, children, and families without having a conversation about access to health care for birth mothers and babies. There, in our estimation, is no more important a thing in a child's life than its mother. Mississippi is a state with the highest fetal mortality, highest infant mortality, highest preterm births, and worst maternal morbidity. These are facts. That we don't have a strong healthcare system is not a surprise to anybody here. And we've just lost the only neonatal intensive care unit in the Mississippi Delta, an area already lacking hospitals, pediatric care, birth centers, OBGYNs, and specialists. The State Department of Health estimates, and I heard Kathy use this number, estimates that because of the recent Dobbs ruling, the expectation is that we will have 5,000 more pregnancies and children to be born to many mothers who are already struggling. Many of these pregnancies happen as a result of family planning services. For these moms and their babies, we have to talk about expanding postpartum care. Senator Boyd, I know we talked about that. It has to be on the table. And if we are seriously trying to help mothers and children and working poor families, then we have to put Medicaid expansion on the table. Not only on the table for the support and the needs that people need to be able to not be sick and to be able to go to work. We often hear in the rhetoric, Medicaid expansion referred to as a welfare program, and that we don't need another welfare program. Well, recent news tells us that we don't have a welfare program. In the state of Mississippi, of 3 million people, poorest state in the union, less than 2,000 people are on welfare in Mississippi. Less than 2,000 people are on TANF, and most of those are children. We have to talk about this, and we have to see, well, if we could put all of our money together, how can we make things happen differently? We've got a great opportunity before us to impact poverty. But in order to impact poverty, we have to impact the whole family. and we have to deal with the needs of the family. We talk about TANF. We've heard people talk about the earned income tax credit, having a state earned income tax credit that will help to lift families out of poverty. We are talking about technology expansion. Broadband expansion in the state is a tremendous opportunity for us. We're talking about economic development. When we talk about early childhood education, we've heard a lot about it today, and I'm sure you heard a lot about it before now. But early childhood education, number one, childcare centers are small businesses. And there are over 1,000 of them in the state. And many of them struggle, but they struggle and they're buying stuff all the time. If you got 50 children, just think about if you have 50 children in your own household, how much money you're spending in a week's time. So you're talking about transportation, you're talking about small businesses, you're talking about an infrastructure that supports another infrastructure. Childcare is also early childhood education. Only about half, and Kathy can talk about this, and others in this room here, only about half of our children are coming into K-12 public education having had early childhood education. Out of the half that are coming in, their experiences are varied. We have been working at the Children's Defense Fund's Mississippi office with early childhood practitioners and public schools to try to align the assessments of the children, identify the weaknesses in the children, both from the perspective of literacy and learning, but also the weaknesses that might exist because they have health issues. I remember several years ago when there was an article on the number of children who in the Jackson Public School District that did not score well on the kindergarten readiness test. And the understory there was that half the children needed glasses. So these things that we're dealing with, there's no rocket science. It is a matter of identifying what children need, what families need, and looking at the resources that are out there and making sure that they are connected to the families. Then if there are things that we don't have resources for, then how do we make sure that we do that? And to stop siphoning off resources like happened with TANF when we could have drawn down family preservation money from the federal government so that we siphon off money from one place to pay for something that we could have paid for a different way when we're all talking about the number of children that can't get in childcare because we don't have the subsidies. And most of our folks don't make enough money to pay for all of their needs, and pay for the high costs. We heard a bit today about the My Best program. Our office has also operated something called two-generation work. We had a small grant from the Aspen Institute to test it out. We even had a conversation with John Davis about it, but that didn't go far. But we worked with a group of women who were the mothers of the children who were in the early childhood education program that we were working with on alignment and assessments and dealing with their early childhood needs. In a mentorship role to try to help mothers who signed up to get education or training so that they could go to work. We were working in the small town of Indianola. Mississippi Delta Community College from Indianola is about 15 miles, 10, 15 miles. People trying to get to Mississippi Delta Community College would have to pay $20 each way to go out for GED classes if they could get in them. The slots for GED classes, the training for programs that help people like the My Best program have to be connected to the folks that are most impacted and most in need. We spent a lot of time mentoring those women and helping them to be competitive in that process. And there are not enough of those services to go around. Again, I will end with, this is such a great opportunity. If we just don't study this issue, but that we move forward and that we are serious about development and implementation of forward-thinking solutions, including legislative action that can happen now to help women, children, and families of the state of Mississippi. Thank you so much for this opportunity to come before you today. I'm sure you, after just sitting here this afternoon, you're overloaded with information. I can't imagine that to figure out a path forward is something that you'll be able to do on your own. So we encourage you to think about the things that we can do. And one of the things that we can do immediately is to identify what we have and how it's being used and how we can make sure that families are connected to it. And then what are the things we need to do in order for our families and all children to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, if you have specific questions for her, I'm going to ask that y'all go see her. We still have another meeting this afternoon, committee, at 4 o'clock in there. We're going to have, if you'll go to 210, we're going to do some kind of wrap up among the committee. So if y'all will meet me in there at, we have 2 more people I want you to hear from, and we're going to do some wrap up. So if y'all will stretch your legs and meet me back in 210 at 4 o'clock. Thank you.